Oh, hey, that's on my mind. You're here. You know when you open up an account and it has a little pop-up that says this property has an active agent or this property has an active protest?
Mhm.
What do you use that for?
Really nothing. It's a pain, right?
Okay, so you guys aren't using that for anything?
Well, I mean, it just lets us know that there's one on there, but yeah, we don't really need the pop-up. Y'all want it gone?
Not only is it annoying
Annoying.
to click on, but it makes noise in here every time you open up a property next to the microphone. The
Okay.
worst thing is, we've been told by PACs that are part of our thing that makes it crash is having too many little windows open,
Mm-hmm.
and that's adding an extra window every time we do anything.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'll have to get with Mike on it. He's got the ability to, say not
because I know
to make
some of
it a
them
pop-up.
where it's like this is on an ad watch list or whatever, like
Mhm.
those are important. But the one where it's like active protest or active agent,
Yeah, I
like
don't see why that's
I know they're
important.
active protests. All I'm doing right now is protests.
Right.
You think you could like maybe get Beth to do that or something?
Okay.
There's a protest from a lady named Peggy Rainwater,
Uh-huh.
and she owns a mobile home. She doesn't own a mobile home, but she used to. And we
Honeysucker. It is,
546.
It's the first one.
yes.
McLester Road.
Where is that?
Ramona? Hey, Ramona, can you hear us?
I can.
Good morning, Ramona.
Good morning, y'all. How is everybody?
Good morning.
Good.
Is that Miss Hunsucker?
Yes, yes, sir. Here I am.
Okay,
Okay, hold on just a minute. Ready?
yeah.
What case are we starting with?
It's 62698.
Opening a hearing on case number 2020-546, account number 62698. Ms. Hunsucker,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna have to do a little administrivia before we get started here, so just bear with
Okay.
us.
Yes, sir.
You're the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table is myself, Charles Powers, Cindy Duff, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert Ramona LeBlanc is in by Zoom. So we have 5 present. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The comptroller's office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. We do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming, Ms. Hunsucker, that you have sent in all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Pigarazi, am notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony. All testimony from all witnesses must be under oath. Ms. Hunsucker, I'm assuming that you're under oath because you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Great.
Corey Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present the appraisal review board for the Aransas CAD Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ms. Hunsucker, I have to ask you if you're a Texas appraiser.
Am I a Texas appraiser? No, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the hearing procedure times in front of you?
Do I have the
It was
package
page-
from y'all?
And I
Which
think it's page 5.
Okay, let me go.
Page 5.
All right, let me see if I can get to. Does it have a number on it?
It's 4 columns. It's the hearing procedure times, and they're timed. 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, sir. I saw that. Okay.
Okay, that's what we're going to follow. And if you could decide for me whether you would like to go first or you would like the district to go first, that would be helpful.
I can go first. I don't mind.
Okay, in that case, you have 5 minutes. State your case.
Okay. I don't know if y'all can see all the paperwork. I'm not disputing the value of the property per se. I'm trying to get my ag exempt that was turned in back in 2018, but it was never applied. So I've sent a copy, the affidavit of evidence, and I've sent the application for 1D1 open space agricultural use that was filed in the, Aransas County office, May 18th of 2018. I had conversation with several people in the office, including Mike Soto, who was going to get back with me and then didn't get back with me, and then I didn't follow up with him. But that's so I know in the packet that y'all sent me, y'all have all these comps, and I'm not per se disputing the property value. I just would like to get the ag exempt that was never applied from 2018. Is that enough?
That's your evidence. You have, that's your evidence?
Yes, sir. Y'all should have the application that was submitted. It's dated,
Yeah.
received from Aransas County.
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am, we have it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So are you yielding the rest of your time?
Yes. Because that's what I'm seeking, is just getting that ag exempt, the ag use applied.
Okay.
All right, so now, ma'am, the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine. Ma'am, he's gonna get 2 minutes, and then he gets his 5 minutes of presentation, okay? So we're just gonna make it 7 minutes.
Okay.
He's collecting data at the moment.
Okay.
What you call being thrown.
Sorry.
That's my next option. And I'm gonna hear ag exemption, Hunsucker. What's the deal? Do you know? Yeah, that's what he does. In 2018. Okay, so what's okay. 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 I'll check it out. Okay. Perfect. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thanks. Hey, can you look at the account, Scott, and see when there was a ag exemption or if there's ever been one?
Sure. There has been. We
Okay,
bought
we're
the
just gonna
property. Okay.
Okay, you bought the property and it already had ag on it?
Correct. And I believe it was like 12/17 when we closed, December of 17, and she had ag on it, an exemption on it when we bought it.
There was ag in 2017, the last time there was ag.
So ag in 17, ag was removed in
Ag was under 18, and there was no, all there has been is land on it for in
And they
18 and 19 and
and they
in
paid a rollback.
20.
And they've been, you know, ma'am,
Yes,
Shelley,
sir. Yes, sir.
you've been paying a rollback penalty for 18,
Do what?
19, and 20. Have you been paying a rollback?
What
know?
does that? No, sir, I don't know. What does that mean?
When ag has a change of use, there's a penalty where the taxable dollars are recouped a percentage for 5 years. You have to look
No,
into
sir.
that.
We did not. We paid the tax that was sent from the Aransas County appraisal, and there was not anything a payback tax. There was nothing on there that said that. No, sir.
So the district agrees with the owner. Ag should have been applied in 18, 19, and 20. There would be I'm looking for the stamp. There would be a penalty for late application in 18. The application, or in this case, somewhat of a reapplication, was outside of the window. I don't do ag. I actually don't even know the date. I'm not sure what that ag, 1D1 date is, but Shelley, you're correct. The only thing that you may not know is that you were late turning it in.
Correct. I knew that. I mean, I didn't realize it at the time, but when I tried to catch it, this was kind of new to us, and that's just not an excuse, I understand. But yes, sir, that's what Michael Soto told me, that I was late. And then he's the
Okay.
one that told me to file the protest because it should have been an ag.
Yeah, so the board will rule on it. We agree with you. The board will make a ruling, and then you're gonna need to follow up with this office, like in August.
Okay, follow up with your office or his office?
They're the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Just follow up with the appraisal district, as far as making sure that this ag exemption gets applied. And I'm saying that because we won't apply it today. It's not possible.
Okay. Okay.
The way an ag exemption, we don't just click a button and it's there. And it's outside of the normal time that we do stuff like this. So
Yes, sir.
just follow up with us.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
We agree. We agree.
Mark
All
it on
right,
your
so-
calendar, Shelley.
What?
Mark it on your calendar.
Yes, ma'am, I
Okay.
will. I just wrote myself a note right now.
Hey, guys.
Shelley, hold up. I make a motion on account, this is the appraisal review board now. We just have to make a motion to put it into the records. I make a motion on account number 62698 based upon,
18, 19, 20.
thank you. Based upon what we heard from the property owner and from the appraisal district, that for 2018, not for years, 2018, 2019, and 2020, it is appropriate that there should be an ag exemption applied to this property. And it is now up to the property owner to get with the appraisal district in August to make sure that all of this is taken care of so appropriately. And I believe that this, it addresses her thing of incorrect appraised market value that she marked.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, next one's gonna be 953
They did that.
Williams. He has two accounts.
Are they both under 953?
The next one's 954.
Page 1, the bottom, and then page 2, the top.
Well, I gotta find my affidavit. That's why I'm asking.
Got it. 2 separate ones.
And the name is Williams.
Ramona,
Yes, sir?
the 953 first.
Okay, got it. All righty.
Okay.
25.
Yep.
What's the number?
25.
I'm not there yet, but y'all can go ahead. Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
All right, Kathy, we're doing 953, which is on the bottom of this page 1. Okay, and
It's the
then,
telephone number of the person.
and he also has
shopping.
another property, but first we're doing this one, and then page 2 at the top is his second one, but they're separate.
All right, this person is here.
Ricky Williams, are you online?
Mr. Williams?
Good morning.
Morning, this is Charlie Powers, Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm just doing wonderful.
Okay, you have 2 properties under protest. We're gonna do the account number 25125 first. That's protest number 2020-953. Okay?
Okay, bear with me because I was told I was going to be on home for almost an hour, so I don't have it. Let me pull it up real quick here. Bear with me. I apologize.
No problem.
It's gonna be 66 Curlew.
Okay, 66 Curlew. Got it.
Okay. We're gonna have to go through some administrivia here also, so just bear with us. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020953, account number 25125. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duff, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and via Zoom, Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming, sir, that you have submitted all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, I didn't really submit any evidence, just my thought process.
Okay.
I don't have access to any cell information other than, asking around the neighborhood.
Yeah, I understand. That's fine. I just want to make sure you didn't have anything additional. The ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I'm not communicating with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation with tax code section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and am physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from witnesses must be given under oath. Ricky, I'm going to assume that you're under oath because you signed the affidavit. You understand?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony shall present the appraisal review board for their estimate.
Okay. Ricky, do you hold the appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have available to you the time limit, the hearing procedure time? It's was page 5 of your package that you got from the district.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to follow that procedure. And
Okay.
you get to choose whether you want the protest, whether you want to go first or whether you want the district to go first.
No, you can go ahead and go first.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, for everybody to notice on this one that we've got a notice of protest and we've got an owner's affidavit of evidence. They have 2 different boxes checked.
Yes.
So the item under protest is incorrect appraised market value. As per. the
Well,
notice
that's the stupidity of me, so I apologize for that. I didn't know which. I was doing that on the fly, so I apologize.
Well, we have to go by the protest form.
Okay.
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 So that brings us to the market value of this property. And the property on 66 Carlin. It's pretty far down the road. I'm thinking that this is going to be a property that kind of pokes out where you can get views of the bay or Little Bay. Yeah, there it is. All right, let's go to sales. The first comp is on Luau, sold in August of 19 for $1,035,000. It is about the same square footage. The effective age is close, but you'll notice a significant difference between the build date there. It's 35 years newer on the comp. Comp number 2 is on Curlew, just down the road, 59 Curlew, sold for $830,000. It's also a class 5. It's a little bit smaller, but still over 3,000 square feet. The effective age and the actual age are pretty close. Comp number 3 is on Hooping Crane, sold for $813 in October of 19. It's a little better home, but it's a little smaller. But the class is higher. The build date and the effective age are pretty similar. It's a pretty good comp. Comp number 4, sold in October of 19 for $725. It's on Bahama. See, it's a little smaller, a little better class. And this is a newer structure from the point of actual build date. The effective age is similar though. The comp number 2, the one on Curlew that is a little bit smaller but the same class, has a real close actual build date and effective date, has a little different land value price. I suspect that there's a different square footage value on that house that has to do with the fact that it doesn't have views to Little Bay, and we can check on that. I'm guessing on that. But if that's the case, then the adjustments are almost all in the land. This comp right here is is the reason why I would not agree with the homeowner's very reasonable approach to value. His opinion was $750,000, which is $40,000 less than us. I think that's a reasonable opinion, but that comp kind of stops me in my tracks. So for 830, I'm not sure, but, you know, that's all I got.
Okay, so now, Ricky, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine, and then you get 5 minutes to present. So essentially, you've got 7 minutes now, and you can ask questions.
Okay. Well, let me just tell you my opinion where I'm coming from. So what I did, because I don't have the ability to pull up these comps, I went off what you guys went off, and I contacted these realtors and understood the properties and the properties. Both of these properties. Now I know 59 Curlew because it's right across the street from me, and I watched it. He took that home all the way down to the studs. I mean, when I say the studs, I'm at the sheetrock out. That home has been completely rehabbed, and it put a brand new pool in just a year ago, all brand new bulkhead, brand new. Roof. The only thing that was left was the bones of the outside of the house. New landscaping, new water system. You name it, new ACs, and that home is to me is brand new, other than the bones of the structure of the house. And that's 59 Curlew. And you can see, if you look at the curve, they do have a view of Little Bay. The way the curve, now the next door neighbor would have a lesser of a view, and so forth, going back down towards Bayshore. Now 12 Luau is the same thing. That home is completely brand new. My home is, the only thing I did is I had some, from Harvey, I had some sheetrock damage on the inside. I had to replace sheetrock in a couple of the rooms and on my backside of my house. Everything's in the interior of my house is the same since I've owned it, plus a number of years prior to that. And I've owned it for 10 years. And so that's what I'm coming from, is just I'm looking at the what they sold for. It's a very nice home, 59 Curlew. Extremely nice, actually. And in fact, they even had the gentleman that just bought 3 houses down from me told me 2 weeks ago that he was on a bidding war, and that, the home was that nice. And that those 3 people that were, bought it above whatever the listing price was. So, that's my thoughts, guys. I'm not an expert by any means. I'm just using my common sense and talking to these realtors and getting their opinion. And gosh, if I sold my house, I have no idea what I would sell it for, but, we live here all the time, and I just, that's just my thought process. And so I apologize. I wish I had more response, but I just, that's just my gut feel, is just looking at a real live comp across the street is the biggest one. And then 12 Luau is just, that's a brand new home. And that's it.
Anything else, sir?
I know y'all have plenty more to go through today, by the way.
All right, so Ricky, is that all you have right now to present?
Yes, ma'am.
So district, now you have 2 minutes.
There's a little on his house. And then down to the left, those 2 we're talking about. Oh. Where is 59 Curlew?
It's across the street. It's number 25115.
It's directly across the street, one to the right to me.
Isn't it to the left, Scott?
No, ma'am. If I'm looking across the street, it's
number 25115.
It's to my right. Well, okay. If I'm looking at, Well, it depends on how you're looking at if you're looking at my house, it's to the left.
No, it's not I'm saying it wasn't that one.
No, yeah. And where is 12 Luau that we're talking about?
59 Curlew, guys, is 25113. It's the house with the trees.
Right.
Not the one he's pointing at.
Yeah,
It's
that
one. That's 59 Curlew.
So that clearly would not have a bay view.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones where like, you know, the strain your neck.
Right, I mean, they have one looking down there.
Yeah. But, and I think the property owner is stating, you know, it's not the best baby. It's better, you know, it just depends on how you look at it. If your glass is half full or half empty, and how bad you want to call it a baby.
All right, can we look at Luau?
Where's the Luau?
The ID on it.
24950.
I mean, don't drop mine to 200,000, guys. I think it's worth more than 200,000. Well, thank you for somebody laughing. No, I'm kidding. Under these uncertain times out there.
The hearing are we in right now, Cindy?
This is your 2 minutes.
Has it started?
Oh,
Can I start my 2 minutes?
yes.
I'm gonna agree that I don't like comp number 1. If you notice at the bottom, I'm the one that made the grid. You know, when I made the grid, you kind of do what you have to do to get comps in. And this comp's not a great comp because of that. It looks like a good comp, but when you really take into account this, the 2010 actual build date, that seems like the biggest problem. It's actually not. I'll tell you guys the biggest problem with this thing is that somebody paid $1 million for an interior lot. That's the problem. That's what makes this a comp. You can't ignore it when someone pays $1 million for some place on Luau that has no bay view, no nothing, and it's sandwiched in between houses. That's what causes problems. It's one of the reasons why the median value of this grid is so inflated, $909,000. I mean, when you're dealing with the market, you're dealing with frustrating things. Another frustrating thing, the comp that I say is the best is comp number 2, 59 Curlew. Look at our market value, if you would, please. Our market value on that comp is $702,000. What did they pay for it? They paid $830,000. $830,000. So that means that the comptroller decides to get this sale and say, how good is the appraisal district in Aransas County? They're going to tell us that we were 16% away from a sale that happened right in the middle of Key Largo. This kind of stuff is hard to deal with. This is not.
How can that be the best comp when his house had very little work done on it after the storm?
So-
and
they do look new.
And how would the appraisal
rebuild?
And how would the appraisal district ever know until right now?
Just driving, right, you're right,
How
unless
would
you
we-
drive by.
We
you
just
wouldn't.
now had testimony from the owner.
No, it's just feedback.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we just now, I have 2 more minutes, right, of something.
Now you're in 5.
I haven't presented on it. I went first. I'm in 2 minutes of
Sorry, I'm sorry,
rebuttal. I
yes,
did some cross-exam and stuff.
yes.
So we just didn't know. We don't know we know about the inside of this house. We pushed as far as we could possibly push, and we got 700,000. We don't know the details of Mr. Williams' house over here as far as the inside. My questions for Mr. Williams would be this. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
New roof, yes or no?
Yes, it's a new roof.
New windows?
No new windows.
Not new windows. New siding?
No new siding.
After the storm, what did you do? You replaced the
One of the
roof?
bed, one, we replaced the roof just a minute. The my original roof had some damage just from the tiles around the neighbors. And so I went ahead, because the insurance company gave me a new roof, I put a new roof on there. But I replaced 40% of my sheetrock just on my back wall upstairs facing the water. So I went down 4 foot down just because of the driving rain and the water. I just felt like, because it was some water that got in there. So I just went 4 foot up. I put a straight line across just on the back side only.
What kind of countertops do you have in the house?
Excuse me?
Countertops? What kind of countertops do you have?
I'm sorry, you went out. You said countertops?
Okay.
Yeah.
Formica?
I have the original. When we bought it 10 years ago, I have the original granite that was in there.
All right, that's fine. And the flooring.
There's not very much countertop. I mean, there's only, I don't know if y'all know the floor plan, but the kitchen is just, it's probably 6 feet long, and there's one countertop, small island.
Sure. Okay, all right.
So now he has essentially 2 minutes rebuttal.
Okay, yeah.
Who I do?
Sorry, Rick. You got 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. I just want to say something. I don't know. I've got kind of confused there. I don't know if y'all are still considering luau part of it, but one thing that I remember the realtor telling me, because I go, golly, why would somebody pay that for luau? And they said because there's very few one-story homes, and these particular people were older people, evidently, that wanted a one-story home that was new, and they were willing to pay that price. So I don't know what that means, but that's exactly what she said. But other than that, I mean, I still go back to, 59 Curlew in my interior. I mean, I saw that guy worked on that home for over 9-10 months, and it's just a very nice. And he was a builder that owned it. He was a custom builder from Taylor or Marble Falls, and that's what his business was. And so he brought in the finest of everything, and it's just a very, very nice home. And that's the only, what I was bouncing mine off of.
Okay, are you with this portion?
I'm through.
Okay, so now the district gets 1 minute to close, you'll get 1 minute to close, and then it'll be the ARB. So district, you have 1 minute.
Okay, value is under protest here. The median value on the sales grid is 909. It's $120,000 over what our market is. The comp that's been talked about quite a bit here, comp number 2, sold for 830. We never got there. We got to 702. Equity is not under protest in here. I would gladly throw out. I don't have any issue with it at all. The problem with it is if I throw out comp number 1, then the median equity value is $899,000. The median value, not equity, value is $899,000. If I throw out the next highest comp, then 99 and 825. I'll just finish it. The next median value is 862. No matter what I do, I can't even get close to 790 from a sales comparison approach. So, go.
Okay, so now Ricky, you get 1 minute for your closing.
I don't want to waste any more of y'all's time. I just hoping that you guys would see where I was coming from.
All right, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss and come up with our answer on this.
And, okay, the value you thought you placed on the house was $750, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have to say, I mean, just from having seen those recently, day and night between his house and the comps. It is, it's,
No, I agree.
it's, so I personally am, I would make a motion to do the 750 to drop. I think that would be fair to drop off the 35,000 and give it 750, that value.
I think so too, based on the comps that are, to me, better homes, their condition, newer upgrades. To me, the whole market value of 909 to 81 is, you know, viewed dramatically by a couple of sales, and those other houses are not going to sell at 909. I can tell you that. So I wouldn't have a problem lowering the value of this house.
That would be best, the 19 market value.
Yep.
But the thing is, they had not, I guess they hadn't driven by it in 19, so I guess they thought it had totally been redone. I don't know. I can't speak for that.
Leaving it at the 19 value. I'm not sure I'd go for.
See, and
that
I
kind of
still,
discount.
I still feel like the 750 is fair.
Well, well, I was thinking that the weirdness of a bidding war that makes it go up to $830,000. And then the craziness of the luau place. And I know if we toss it out, because it really isn't as good of a comparable. I'm okay with the 750.
All right, so on account number 25125, I make a motion based on what we've heard from the district and from the property owner that the 2020 value of $790,220 be lowered to $750,000 even for the 2020 valuation. And I believe that this takes into consideration the incorrect appraised market value.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Sarah, did you understand what we came up with?
Ricky,
Yeah,
He heard you, you could barely hear him.
we can't hear you, Ricky. Do you understand what we just did?
yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you. Hello?
You're cutting
Okay.
in and out too, Ricky.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're okay,
Hello?
Ricky.
Okay.
We can hear you.
I think you're going in and out, so I don't know if it's my phone or your phone.
There have
We
been
don't know.
technical difficulties.
It's called technology.
Ricky, you have another property in front under protest, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna close out the hearing on 9:53 and open a hearing on protest number 2020-954, account number 60979. Since this is the second account with the same person, we'll drop down to ARB members. Wait a minute,
You need somebody? Okay.
I need affidavits.
Bear with us one moment.
Hold on, Ricky, you gotta get
I've
some.
got mine. Whoa.
Maybe over the weekend the phones will get better.
Huh.
Well, hopefully,
I didn't know this was a Zoom. I could have got on my little Zoom so y'all could even see me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, that would have been good.
Of course, the way my hair looks right now, y'all probably don't want to see me. No, I'm kidding.
I documents that we're looking at on Zoom regardless.
That's right.
That's done. Okay. To continue, the ARB members considering the protest, and this is number 654.
Not 954.
954, sorry. All ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and is signing affidavits to that effect. Beginning with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Is Beth there?
No,
No,
Is Valerie?
no,
hold on.
we're getting someone.
Yeah, they're all on. Beth is here.
Ready, Beth? I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, will be notarizing Ramona's signature via Zoom. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ricky,
Yes, sir.
once again, I'm going to assume that you're under oath by virtue of the fact that you signed the affidavit for this protest.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Would you like to go?
I read my signature solemnly.
Wait a minute. I missed right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to go first, or do you want Ray to go first?
Sure. No, I can go first.
Okay.
Okay. Should I go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Two things that are very simple on this deal. Number one, I mean, the warehouse from the view looks very, very, very nice. Well, it is probably the most inexpensive kit warehouse that you could buy. The warehouse itself, the kit, meaning all the material, bolts, the I-beams, everything else, was $25,000. Now, keep in mind that wasn't, the labor to put it in and all that other good stuff. The concrete that I have cost more, not quite more, but the concrete and the property costs more than what the building is. The building is just a shell building. There's no insulation in there. I keep some trailers in there. I keep like 2 trailers in there, and I keep my my boat occasionally in there. And then, of course, all my wife's stuff that we shouldn't be buying in there. And that's it. I mean, it's just a raw warehouse. There's no improvements whatsoever to it. I've got 2 unsolicited offers in the since Harvey, and not one of them has been higher than 100, and I think it was 131,000 was the highest, and the other one was like 112 or 115. And I mean, doing the comps, looking at your comps, because I drove those comps, I mean, those are huge pieces of property. And I just don't see the value. I think what automatically puts mine is just some of these sell or, because they just have bigger pieces of property. And mine's a very, very small piece of property. And what makes mine even worse desirable is my friend next door, we built them together and we made an easement. And so therefore, whoever buys mine, which makes it, we knew it going into it, that it would make it less valuable because they're going to have access, so you don't have a separate entryway, going into your warehouse in the back. And we knew that was going to be, we even checked with realtors. They go, well, I'm just going to tell you, that's going to kill your value because you don't have your own entryway, from the rear, and that you're going to have to go through somebody else's property if you ever sell. But we made that determination just because it was a small piece of property and we wanted just a little bit bigger, warehouse versus our neighbors have smaller warehouses. So that's just my thoughts. Sorry if I went over.
No, you didn't. Keep going. Anything else?
No, ma'am. That's it. I mean, I truly think this one is way, way, way overvalued, just because of this. And these unsolicited offers, one of them came from a realtor that says, hey, I know it's not listed, but, I got somebody that wants to buy one and he was going to build one. Would you like to sell? And he goes, he'll pay my commission. And I said, no, I don't want to sell. But anyway, I just felt like that was a pretty darn good valuation, if he was only willing to pay that.
Where's the highway?
Could you blow that up so we can see where it is?
Highways are,
I mean, the piece of property itself, that's bigger, a picture of
Well,
the property.
one wants it bigger, one wants it smaller.
let's do this. Let's let's move along here.
Okay, so now, the district gets 2 minutes for cross-examine and then 5 minutes for presentation. So I'm just gonna enter 7 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, Ricky,
Yes.
are the beams aluminum or steel? What color are they?
They're burgundy. So they're steel.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me again what the
Well,
unsolicited?
now, excuse me, I'm sorry. Some of them are aluminum. So there's only so many that are steel, and then the rest of them, I'm pretty sure are aluminum.
Pretty sure are
But
aluminum.
I'm sorry. I wish I was mechanically that I would know that. But
Okay, all right. Can you tell me again the unsolicited offers that you've had?
how much were they? One of them was like 131,000, I think, and the other one was like 112 or 111.5 or 111.9, something like that. And that's been since Harvey. The last one, the 112 was it was like it was this year. It was maybe February of this year. It
Okay,
was before all the virus stuff started happening.
how many times do you receive unsolicited offers on your house in Key Allegro?
Very rare that I'm aware of. My wife may see them, but very rare. In fact, I've never had one
That's what
that I'm aware of. You mean someone that just sends us a letter that says, I want to buy your house?
Sure.
No.
Why do you think why do you think someone sent you a letter that said they want to buy your metal building?
Maybe because there's not any of them for sale around me. I don't know.
I really don't. I'm not trying to make.
Oh yeah, I'll be honest with you. I really don't know. I will tell you, when I built this, I went looking around, and I said, gosh, for what I can pay for one that's further out or whatever, I could build me one that's closer in, and I was just able to buy this property. I was very, very fortunate to buy the property.
Yeah, you know, this is becoming a meth building kind of town. And, you know, people are building them and doing all kinds of stuff with them, renting them. And I don't make light of your situation, but whether or not you put furniture and lamps or boats or cars in it, or you rent it to a guy that rebuilds transmissions, you know, who knows what you're gonna do with that building. You know, receiving unsolicited offers of 131 and 111,000. Gosh, that makes me think that our value is pretty close to correct. You know, when people give unsolicited offers, they're usually operating in such a way that, you know, they're trying to get a heck of a deal. When people do stuff like that, when people write letters and, you know, I'm a little surprised that you said no to the 131. I really am. Because, you know, especially when you think whatever you paid for the lot, plus whatever you know, you would have made $50,000 on the deal. And the issue though is with that $50,000, what would you have had to spend to replace what you have? You know, it's tough. This building is when you look at the sales, there's a couple of metal building sales on this grid, WHSA, WHSE, which is a little better class than yours. They have more land, like you were saying. There's much more land involved in those two sales. The median value as far as sales is concerned is like 174. Yeah, I don't know. Just from what you're saying of the 131 and the 111, I don't feel like 159 is that far off. We actually didn't raise your metal building. We raised the land value there. And you talked about having an easement. I suppose we could look in that account, Scott, and see, do we account for an easement? The easement, Ricky, is between the two buildings with shared concrete.
No, it's on the back side. So if you're looking at the aerial,
Okay.
and it's on the back side, so you got to be able to go to the back of the building, you've got to go through one property to another property.
Yeah, you have
See?
to. Do you have to? Okay.
Yeah, I can see the back. It's
Oh,
Okay.
he's saying you have to drive in.
Let me look at it real quick.
On the road.
You can't drive in on either side.
No, you can't drive in on either side. So you can only drive, if I'm looking down right now on the page that you have an aerial on page 25, if you're coming in from the left, going to the right, that's the only way that you can get to ours. And it's not separated.
Off of what street?
But can't you drive through the building?
You can drive through the building, but that's a negative, because if you have to, you know, if you've got a large, you know, something large to be able to come through, I mean, you don't have enough room on 10th Street to back it back. So you've got to go around. That's why we did it. That's why we pushed the building up as far as we could, because they have access to the back to be able, even have if you have a standard pickup and a 24-foot boat, it's very, very difficult because there's a ditch right in front of the warehouse. I mean, you can't see it, but you can't tell that's a ditch, but that's a serious ditch. And unless you want to really jackknife it and get in there, so the easiest way is to go to the back.
All right. Why is there an air conditioner on the side of the building?
Oh, that's it's not an air, it's a, what is it called? One of a split. There's one small room. It's a very small room that my wife has. It's like I made a room out of plywood in there, that she has her stuff that she wanted air conditioned cooled, and that cost me $1,100 to put that. It's a split system, and I keep it on like 85 degrees to keep her stuff in there, and it's going right into that small room.
And is that a garden on the north side of the building?
Well, if you want to, it's really weeds is what it is. It was a thought process, which is a horrible thought process, by the way. What I did is I built center blocks there to make a garden. It looks like it's marijuana, but it's not. It was supposed to be our tomatoes, but it's been a nightmare on Elm Street. We can't keep the weeds out of it. So, but yes, that was a thought process, but that has since been in the past. We've got to take that sucker out. It's been a nightmare. But on your, and I don't know if it's my turn, but on the 131, let me tell you, it was the Remax guy, and he says the guy's willing to pay as much as he is because he lives like 2 blocks down, and he has a large, he has an RV and a couple other boats and all this other stuff, and that he's willing to pay more for it because he lives like a block and a half away, and his wife is tired of all of his toys there and so forth. And I mean, I didn't want to sell it, because I built it for the reason I built it, is put all my junk in there. And the guy even said, I even asked him, I said, and I could get his name. I mean, well, of course you can't do that on this call, but I mean, very clearly he told me, he says, I go, gosh, that seems like a lot of money. And he goes, you know what? He goes, I even said it too, because I told him that was way overvalued. But he said that, where else can I buy? Because it's good for me because it's a block and a half away from me. I can drive my golf cart over there and be my man cave. So anyway, enough.
For sure.
So.
Yeah.
And by the way, Ricky, you're in district, just so you know, he's in his, we've been using his 2 minutes of cross-examine, and now it's his 2 minutes of rebuttal.
Okay.
So keep going.
Okay. So, and another thing, if you look at the comps, guys, those land square footages, like comp number 1 is 10 times my land square footage. I mean, it's 96,000 square feet. I mean, that's over 2 acres, where I'm 9,375 feet. The other one is 7,932 feet, and I'm 9,375 feet. I mean, it's a very, in the aerial, it looks big, but it's very small piece of property for what I have on it. And I just, if I had huge improvements in there and it was insulated and all this other stuff, and, I would say, gosh, yeah, but it's not. It's the most inexpensive tin that I could have bought that, that it wouldn't blow away on me. And it just, anyway, I mean, I could show you all the proof. I mean, it was like $25,044 was the kit. It wasn't expensive. It wasn't like the highest grade. And anyway, but I just think that's way, I mean, Curlew, I go, gosh, that's a little high, but this one is, I really, really, truly, in my heart know that this is way too high. I mean, it really is. It's just, gosh, I wish I would, anyway, y'all don't know me, but I'm one of these guys, what you see is what you get. I'm honest, and I just tell you that it's just way high. I hope someday it's worth $250,000 when I retire one day. I probably rambled way too much. Y'all got way too much to do.
So now we're to the district rebuttal for 2 minutes.
I'm just going to close. Just go to close.
You're okay. So the district is now gonna, well, actually, you're going to your closing. It's actually, he gets to close. And then you. All right, so Ricky, now they gave up their rebuttal, so you get 1 minute to close.
Well, no, I don't really need to take any more of y'all's time. Y'all's time is important, and I said, what I thought is just, I just think it's way over, way over.
Okay,
That's it.
and so now, we've got the district with their 1 minute closing.
And the market value is under protest. We show a median value of 174. The land values are different. The land sizes are different. The land value in Fulton is way more per square foot than the land value on Longoria Road or Freeze Lane, for that matter. Freeze Lane has troubles with flooding. I guess the last thing that I would say is that the change in value here is actually a land value change. We raised the land value west of 35 in Fulton into the Fulton outlots, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th Street. Significant land value change. We probably almost doubled it. This land value almost doubled last year, which is what makes it go up from that. We had it at 130 something. 19, that's the difference. We didn't put his building depreciated. So that's it. That's what
Okay, so now
I don't know if this makes a difference. I should have said this, and I apologize. In Harvey, I had all kind of scrapes and I mean, there's dings all over the warehouse that I did not replace. So it's got this original damage from Harvey. I mean, it's got dings and scrapes and you name it all over the place. But anyway, I apologize. I probably should have said that.
All right. So now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to deliberate and come up with our value on their property. And starting now, I know I've got 2 things that I'd like. Number one, I still don't know exactly where this is. Can somebody orient me? Tell me something that I would know.
Across the street from the fire department.
From which fire department?
Fulton is right behind Dr.
The
Mercer.
new Fulton.
Behind Dr. Mercer.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, this is behind that. Okay.
Yes.
So question 1. Question 2 is, so is the easement on the property card or not? Because I would see, having to drive through.
I don't know that we even agree that there's an easement.
Oh.
So
Okay.
Yes, you did. We applied and we submitted to the easement in case one of us wanted to sell and one of us didn't want to sell, so the easement is recorded with the county.
Okay. Scott, check the account.
Nothing in the account.
But I have this to say. Just something to think about. Comp number 3 is vacant land on 6th Street in Fulton. And the land square footage was 6875 and it sold for 115,000. Smaller lot.
Yeah, it seems to me that the land value is the question here, and it appears to be supported.
Yeah, I was gonna say that too, that the increase in the total price did not come from anything assessed against the building. It's against the property,
Right.
which they took a percentage across, I think it was 9th, 10th, and 11th streets down there.
10th, 11th, and 12th.
Somewhere in that area.
That land in that area had not been moved in a very long time. So it was,
That's where the adjustment came, was in the land. And really the building is kind of not being considered in this case, because actually the value went
Down.
$1,000.
Yeah, because it depreciated. So,
I think, from my perspective, the land is supported, the value of the land is supported, then the value should stay the same.
I agree.
Ramona,
I agree as well.
so on account number 609, 79, and taking into consideration the incorrect appraised market value, I make a motion that we leave the 2020 current value of $159,370 as it is. So the current value now will remain at $159,370.
Second,
Second,
in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Rick.
Okay.
Interesting. Thank you for participating.
Thank y'all for all y'all do, and I know y'all volunteer, and I appreciate what you're doing for the county.
Thank you.
We
Thank
try.
you. Have a good 4th.
Okay, same to y'all. Y'all take care. Be safe out there.
Thank
yeah.
you, sir. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Do we have another 8:30?
Yeah, I just gave out the affidavit. Case number 818,
Martha Jones.
yes, Johnny, for the last name.
Johnny's the last
Yeah.
Yeah.
Martha.
name. Oh, my God. I had 2 first names, Cindy Janice. It's like, oh, God.
no, Lynn.
Yes. Oh, my God, no,
They're
seriously.
here whenever
It's
anybody's
like,
ready.
no, what is your last name?
Give me just a minute.
They're
to
both
look
spelled
at
the same way.
this form up there, right?
The affidavit, is this an online protest, Scott?
I said, there's no protest form, it's an online one.
So the track marks in the system.
Where's the, what does it say online?
I have to go all the way out.
Is market value,
Market value?
correct.
What's the affidavit?
It has incorrect appraised value and value is unequal compared with other properties.
Okay.
So it has
All right.
one.
So what are we doing?
We're only doing market value.
This market?
Market value.
You want?
And can I just ask one thing? Okay, so Scott, when you go in and look in the system, when he asks, what do you see? Is that actual form?
It's, everything is populated by the system. There's no form.
Right.
There is
just
no form. It's
clicking.
electronic. They're clicking stuff, and what they click populates our fields. And so I'm just seeing what they clicked.
Got it.
So there's no form to see.
Okay, we're ready. Let's let them in.
Miss Johnny?
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Morning. Charlie Powers, Review Board. How are you?
I am good. I'm going to take a second. I'm driving right now, so I'm going to pull over
Okay.
so I can find a great place to do that. I had to take my daughter to swim, so.
Okay. We have some this trivia to go here, so just go ahead and be safe, and we'll carry on.
We're ready to go.
We're opening a hearing on protest 2020-818, account number 30929. This hearing is being recorded for the Appraisal Review Board during your protest today. At the table is Flowers, Susan Duck, Kathy Hoffman, and via Zoom is Ramona LeBlanc. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary, and we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145-8, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Martha,
Yes.
I'm assuming that you have submitted all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, the only thing that I could not find a copy of was our original sales contract for the house. I had my loan documentation, but it showed a higher price than we actually paid for the house because we had to pay off some debt, which the mortgage company took care of, and then we, brought a check to closing. So
That's
that's
fine.
the only thing that I.
That's fine, no problem. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6 F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Robert Dayton, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Nicolasi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Martha,
Yes.
I'm assuming that you're under oath because you signed the affidavit. So you'll be under oath for the
Yes.
duration. Okay, very good. Right.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony or shall present to the appraisal is important for the Aransas County appraisal.
Martha, you're not an appraiser, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You're in your car, but do you have any of the documentation from the district with you?
Yes, sir, I do. I brought it with me.
Oh, okay. Well, on page 5, there's a chart of hearing procedure time.
Yes, I have that.
Okay, those are the procedures we're going to follow throughout the hearing. And you'll notice there's 2 different columns. One starts with protester presentation and the other district presentation. Who would you like to go first?
I don't care.
No, you got to choose.
Oh, okay. Well, I can go first, I suppose. I'm not really sure about how to do this, so I'm just going to give it my best shot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You got 5 minutes to state your case.
Okay. So our purchase price for this property was $115,000. When I talked to someone at the appraisal office, he said the reason that they put in 123 was that was the recorded sales price that they had. He told us that he could reduce the price to 115,000, but that we wouldn't have the right to protest if we accepted that. So after speaking with my husband, we decided to just, present this evidence because I really don't feel like that's even an accurate assessment of our home. We purchased it directly after about a year after Hurricane Harvey because we needed something livable in Rockport because we were moving back to the area. I don't know if you guys are aware, but housing prices were very inflated due to the lack of livable structures in this area after Hurricane Harvey. So I've submitted just a few things that, and most of it I pulled off of the appraisal district website. One thing that the appraisal district still has is that there's and we're being taxed on it, is a 64 square foot porch. It was there pre-Harvey, but it was torn down during Hurricane Harvey, like it was destroyed. And the picture from Picto, you can see the cars that are parked there, and that's where that structure was. So that's one thing. I don't know if I can have that done through here, if that's what I need to do through the appraisal district office. I'm not really sure. But I've submitted a picture of the outside of the home. The next picture shows that our walls inside are buckling due to moisture from Hurricane Harvey. The only repairs done post-Harvey are a new roof was put on and the ceiling inside was replaced because of the damage there. But I guess like after we moved into the home and turned the air conditioner on and everything is drying out, the walls are buckling. So
you know, obviously that's something that the original appraiser to the house couldn't tell because it wasn't happening then. There are pictures showing that we don't have molding in the home, which I know, you know, adds value to it. Our AC vents were rusted through, so, you know, from moisture in the ceiling. So we have to replace those, but we can't find them. I think we're going to have them custom made because of the size, or have new holes cut and new ductwork put in. Some of our windows are cracked. The flooring is cracked due to some shifting in the foundation, which we had someone come and do some foundation repairs, but I don't think all of the problems were addressed in those foundation repairs. You know, some of the windows aren't locked or don't have locks. I submitted a picture of the cracking in the kitchen up the wall due to the foundation shifting. The cabinets, the wood cabinets are peeling. There again, I believe that's because moisture got in the home when no one was living there. And after we've lived there and it's drying out, you know, now this is happening. Also on the sales report, I really know that it's kind of a tricky slope here because there aren't a lot of houses in that area of Rockport of that age and size. So I know that that's kind of a slippery slope when you try to go pull comps, but most of the comp prices in the sales ratio report are houses that were built, you know, after year 2000. This house was built in 1974. So I don't really feel like there's a fair assessment there. So what I did was pull the appraisal reports for the other houses of similar age and size that are on my road. It's a private road, so there's no maintenance by the county or anything. And I have submitted those. You know, you have a 1,500 square foot house. Well, let's start with 108 Estes Private Road, which is Susan Herringer. She uses that home as a second home. The appraisal value of the home structure itself is $74,000. I believe my appraisal value of my home is $85,000. So, you know, you got a larger structure appraised at a lower rate than mine is. And it's the same with the houses on the other side of me. Both of those houses are appraised at, you know, $52,000 and $58,000, and mine's at $85,000. So I'm not really understanding the difference because my house does have major repair that needs to be done, and the houses on the other side of me have been updated and remodeled. So, you know, like I said, I'm new to this, so I'm trying to figure out.
You're doing a great job.
You know, where to go, what to do. I just know that as it sits right now with the damage that we have noticed since we've lived in it, there's no way, and I've even talked to a friend of mine who is a realtor in the area, it would have to have major upgrades before it could be considered a real value of even what I paid for it. So I just, yeah, I mean, that's basically what I have. Yes.
Okay, so your 5 minutes are up, so now the district gets to cross-examine and then 5 minutes to present.
Okay.
Martha?
Yes.
What proof do you have that you paid $115? Did you give us proof? Do we have it on file somewhere?
I did not. I'm still trying to find the original sales contract with our seller, because like I said, our loan documentation shows that we paid $123,000. We rolled some closing costs into that, about $3,000 worth of closing costs. And then it was about tax time. We're self-employed, so we always owe the IRS. So in order to satisfy the terms of our mortgage company paid the IRS, and then we brought that money to closing and reimbursed the mortgage company. And they took it off of the principal of the loan, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Martha?
Yes.
This loan is a VA loan?
Yes.
The VA loan required no down payment?
No, it required no down payment.
VA loan requires no down payment, gives you a pretty decent interest rate, but does have a fee, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Meaning like if you buy a house for $110,000 with a VA loan, you end up paying no down payment, get a good interest rate, but you end up paying like 117 or something for it because there's
Correct. Yes.
everything's rolled in plus they get a little dime for their
Correct.
filing, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
What I want to do in this case is the board has heard everything, right? We've heard that there's deed of trust for 123. It's a VA loan. My opinion that sure there may be $1,000 worth of who knows what wrapped up into this loan. I don't test it. I would draw the board's attention to the photos that she presented. If it's okay with y'all, I'm gonna close. I'm gonna go take care of something and y'all just handle this. I'll be right back. I'm done.
What you're drawing our attention to the photo.
She presented photos, you should look at them.
Yeah.
Photos of this house, they're the most important thing. You get two things that are important in this case. There's a purchase, prove them, 123,000. You can use 123, you can use 115, I don't care. There's photos and they matter. Photos need to be taken into
The
account.
photos are show,
The photos need to be taken into account. I gotta go check on something.
the photos show.
And you.
Martha, Martha,
Yes.
what do you think it is, the cost to cure all of these little problems?
Well, from the contractors that we've talked to, about $30,000.
Okay, and that would take care of the air conditioning and everything, the foundation and everything?
We hope so. We hope so.
I know.
Yeah, I hope, yeah.
Okay,
But you know how, I mean, that's kind of a Pandora's box. We've remodeled homes before.
right.
So, you know, one
Especially
thing
in
typically
older
leads
homes.
to another. Right, right.
Martha, are you living in the house now?
Yes, sir.
And when did you purchase this house?
Last July, I believe July of, it could have been June or July of 2019.
Okay.
Okay, well, I have a lot of work.
Okay, is it okay if I put something out there?
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm thinking, and I'm thinking that we go with the price of 115,000. And we deduct the 30,000 for a cost to cure, which would leave a value of 85,000. That would be land and improvements.
Yeah, I think so.
And
It's pretty dramatic.
yeah, and also, I'm curious to know what the porch, the covered porch or whatever, is that on the property card?
It is, but it's
Yeah,
like 300.
it's
300?
$340. But if we drop it down and have the district take off the covered porch and still leave it at the 85,000, I feel comfortable with that.
But
With the 85,000 house is that currently? I mean, leaving it at
House,
the one.
huh?
Is that what you're saying?
Somebody asked me if I give me a chance to talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's not, y'all pick a value. Scott will put a note in the account for us to handle later, to remove things and all that stuff. That's best not done in this room. We like to put a little bit more time and energy into actually looking at those spending time, making sure we don't remove something. We would rather just put a value on it.
That's fine.
I think I'd be more comfortable with it not value off. A little less.
With what?
Less than 50,000.
With what?
Well, 25,000.
That's what I'm saying.
so you're saying start with 115 and take 25 off of it?
No, we
No,
start
I'm
with
saying
the
take
appraised
25 off
value
the
of
122.
122,710.
So leave it at it's a total value of 90,000.
No,
No.
no,
97.
wait, okay, 120.
97.
2710.
7,710.
What is that? Minus.
That'd be 25,000.
Why?
What,
Off of the 122? No, I don't
What?
agree. I do not agree. They paid 115,000 for the property with the house. And she has at least $25,000-$30,000 worth of,
Okay,
The
but
115,000 that she paid, that was after her.
this was July of this last year. This was
So-
a year ago.
so
This
she-
was after the hurricane.
So Mona, my problem is
She
she
bought it
bought it
as
with
is.
the deficiencies there. I'm okay with going back to the 115. But she bought it with the,
As is,
as is,
a year ago.
and so you do it. You know the condition.
Mona, what were you thinking? Mona,
I'm sorry, Mona.
you were gonna say she had a price in mind?
Did we lose Ramona?
Ramona, are you still there?
Still there. Oh, she's gone.
What she was saying was, what she said was
I don't know
start
what
with
she was saying.
115.
But I'm not
And
sure
take-
that she
Start with
was.
115 and take 30 from there.
But see, I'm not sure that she
Oh, I
realized that the woman just bought it last year.
That's why I was trying to make that point.
I don't
I
agree with
know.
that.
I mean-
think that's too
No.
much.
Too much.
That's too much.
I think it's too much also, because, I mean, and I'm willing to give her something, but part of that deal is when your inspector doesn't give you things,
Yeah, but
she
then-
got kicked off. Tell her to call back in, please.
Oh,
Ramona.
Martha, we still have you here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Just hang with us for a minute, because we lost one of our members.
Oh,
I mean,
Zoom, we're trying to get her
She's
back.
on Zoom, but technical difficulties.
Let me
Call
suggest this.
back.
In light of the homeowner purchasing the home for, we'll say, 115,000 a year, I would suggest the value is, knowing the condition of the house, I would suggest the value is somewhere around 110,000. I think.
I mean, and I could even go to 100,000, but I don't think any lower than that. Because the actual value of it, if somebody came to buy it, would somebody, because we're doing,
We're doing market value.
so I'm gonna make, well, can we just wait 1 second, and see if we can get Ramona back on?
She was about to say something.
She was
about
gonna
something.
say something.
She's not. Oh, she
Jack?
is now.
Ramona?
Ramona, are you there? Ramona?
Ramona?
I'm here.
Okay, Ramona, where we are is we've been discussing it while you were gone. We take the 115 as the sale price and then drop it another,
Just to make it 100 or 105. 105,000. Because
105.
she bought it a year ago, so she knew what the property was like, but the market value, I'm not sure until she fixes it, that she'll get more than 105.
And I still don't agree. I mean, that's a lot of money that I don't think she knew about all the problems, like she said, until after they started drying the house out with the air conditioning.
What were you thinking you wanted?
I wouldn't go any higher than 90,000.
90,000. Yeah, we're
Yes.
talking about 105,000.
I know you are. I'm talking 90.
You're talking what, 90?
Yes,
You want to go that low?
a total value for the whole property.
I'm still going to say, because if they had somebody go in and, I mean, they knew the windows were cracked, they knew that there wasn't, between the walls and the ceiling, those are things that she could visually see. And if the appraiser did not pick up on things, I'm willing to say, okay, let's forgive her some and give her 105,000. Because I mean, this kind of stuff does happen. You're in a rush and,
Well, she needed a place to live, is what she said.
right, okay. And so, that's why I think 105 is fair, because it is giving her some room. But I think part of it is her responsibility to address it with the appraiser, who didn't, show up the things that were. So I make a motion based upon what we've heard today from the appraisal district and from the property owner, that on account number 30929, that which has a current total value of $122,710 for 2020, that we adjust that down to 105,000 total for the 2020 value.
Second.
Second.
Can we
favor?
have that address, either the equity, please?
Oh,
mean,
I
No.
believe
Oh,
that this addresses,
only Q1 was checked
it was
on the
Q, it's
protest
the
form.
market.
Q2 is checked on the protest.
Oh, it
on
is?
On the hearing, yes.
Oh, on the protest form, it's Q2?
It's not a form, it's online.
Online.
Q2. I believe that this addresses, I believe this correctly addresses the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal.
Second.
In favor?
I
Okay.
ask her.
Martha, did you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. In that case, the hearing is closed. We thank you very much for participating.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You too.
Five-minute recess.
Take a recess, guys.
Go eat some
What did
strawberry
you say
cake.
about that? You're gonna handle that.
With the editing of an account,
Yeah.
it's better for us to not be doing that in here. We actually, when we edit accounts, that's a thing where we should not be in this kind of environment.
Well, I mean, we change prices all the time.
So when y'all change a value,
Yeah.
then what y'all are doing is overriding, or what you're literally doing is overriding our account.
Right.
You're making it your value.
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is we'll put a note in and at a desk where we sit down with Picto and look at things, we'll make all those changes later, but they won't disrupt value.
Is that there's a specific thing that you all are like like that comes up, like the porch in here. I
Right.
put a note in here, remove the porch for that, and check Picto to see like anything else that looks
Yeah.
weird or something, or we'll either go out there or whatever when we're doing it. We'll look at it
That
and
note will
see
be
what
in the
happened.
account, and if we're driving down. the
And
road,
that's a
we'll see
future
the
thing,
account.
It doesn't impact what was done here. What was done here, that value goes in and stays. What we're looking at is these future things. That's something that needs to be addressed for the future, because the porch isn't there, whatever, we need to remove that. But it doesn't affect the value that you all put on the property.
So where is the Estes Lane area? I'm
It's across from Bahia Bay. It's a dirt road across from Bahia Bay.
from Bahia Bay.
Bahia Bay, just south of, just south
Bahia
of
Bay
that,
subdivision.
just
yeah.
south of that golf cart, the place
Yes.
where they sell golf
It's
carts.
south of that?
Just south of it, just a couple hundred yards south.
And it's the one street that's so different. It's like a neighborhood that for years I never even knew. And it's like this whole neighborhood. Is that St. Francis?
See if there's a circle.
It's Porsche.
Oh, okay. Oh, Portia is that one that's,
Uh-huh.
you go
Right
down
there,
that road
Cindy.
and there's structures
It's right there. That's where we were,
right there.
right? This is 188 down here. This is 35.
I can't see that in front.
This is the bay out here. This right here.
Those are canals to the bay.
No, that's 35. This is 188. That's where this is talking about. The bay's over here. They're like this is La Buena Vida here. This is Islands of Rockport right there.
So it's right in here.
Yeah, the golf cart place is right there.
Okay, and so where are those storage units that, and the shopping center that's down the street that takes you to that neighborhood? Is that up there where that triangle is? About 3 or 4?
I mean, the one here, like
Right,
Freeze
yeah.
Lane is right here. There's storage building right there.
Because there's like this whole neighborhood that's back in there that I never even knew about. I mean,
I mean,
it's
this one-
lovely.
Oh, Coastal Wildwood.
Coastal Wild, yeah,
You're talking about Coastal Wildwood.
yeah, that's beautiful back
I was just like, where did this even come from? I mean,
Right
and
there.
you can't see
That's
it when
it
you're
right
on
there.
business
there. No,
35.
it's a big tunnel area divided up into great.
What is
big-
that?
big
That's
acreage
Coastal
lots.
Wildwood right there. That's what you're talking about.
Why does that road look so funny like
Because it's a windy
dirt
road.
road
It's
to you?
made to
Made
be,
by a dude.
yeah.
a dude?
The tractor did it all.
It's real
Yeah.
pretty and houses are beautiful.
No, I mean, because one time I just was like driving and I was like, what is this?
Yeah, it's nice. There's some of them have big ponds and lakes and stuff. It's really pretty. It's expensive.
I think they started it like right before the storm.
Yeah.
Right.
We got 2 people waiting whenever we're ready.
Where's Alan?
Good job.
Thank you. Where's Alan Samuel's house?
It is right there.
There's people on the phone.
You can have it, you can have
There's
it.
2 for the 10.
Okay. So there's 2.
I'm sorry, what did you? I can have it?
You can buy it for sale.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to ask. And then to talk about income stuff at the end of this or this afternoon.
Yeah, okay. We'll try to run through this pretty quick.
It's not gonna be long. It's just sort of a,
Vocabulary.
pretty much.
Okay.
And like a few. potential round rules.
Okay.
I had to call our attorney this morning to make sure I was right about something.
Is the whole afternoon commercial, do you know,
Yeah, I think it's just American.
this afternoon?
Mhm.
Okay. Are you gonna do the ones that aren't commercial also? Or do you just?
Yeah, I'll do it. in the- I don't think he has any.
I thought I saw stuff on there like in Country Club Square and then,
Oh, it's owned by Larry Pierce.
yeah.
It's done, but I don't even know if it's. So, yeah, I was gonna ask if y'all would be willing to give me a few minutes after the hearings for this docket to just go over some things as far as income, how evidence is different, the approach to value is a little bit different, and some of the information that can be discussed and not discussed, slightly different rules, because we're talking about people.
Sure.
That shouldn't take long, but we have income stuff this afternoon right away. Just didn't want to do it with the agents on the phone. And answer any question you don't mind having.
So that brings up an interesting point, because when you're talking about people's
But you can
confidential.
talk to him about whenever he comes in a second. Let's get moving.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Exactly it.
Who's next?
Peggy,
Peggy Board.
882209.
Thank you, board.
Two, bottom of the page.
You ready to bring her in?
Yes. Ms. Borg?
Yes, hi.
Look, this is Charlie Powers, the Appraisal Review Board. We've got some administration through before we get started here, so just follow along with us, okay? We're
I'll
opening a
try,
hearing
sir.
on, okay. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-804, account number 8822092. This hearing is being recorded. You're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table is myself, Charles Powers, Secretary Cindy Duff, Kathy Hoffman, Robert Dayton, and by Zoom, Ramona LeBlanc. Ramona, you there?
I'm here.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. We do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal
good.
information will be provided to you. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Peggy, have you sent in all your evidence?
Did you say that to me? I'm sorry, you broke
Yes,
up.
ma'am. Yes.
Yes, I sent you all my evidence. I dropped it off at the appraisal district.
Very good, thank you, ma'am. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.6.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing for the signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses will be given under oath. Peggy, I'm going to assume
Yes.
you're under oath for the duration of this hearing since you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes,
Okay.
Rick Rusty, do solemnly swear that the information shall present to the appraisal board for the study of
Peggy, are you a licensed appraiser?
no,
Okay. Do you have on hand the hearing procedure time chart? There's page,
yes,
you have that?
yes.
Excellent. Well, we're going to follow those procedures. Now, you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first. What would you like to do?
Let me go first.
Okay.
Okay.
Affidavit, she has medium. On her protest, she has market.
Yeah, Peggy,
Yes,
before you begin, I just want to make one comment. On the protest form, I have a protest form in front of me.
804.
You marked correct market value, right? That's what we're going to be hearing today. The affidavit says something different, but we have to go by what's on the protest form, right?
okay. Market, okay, I see what I did here. Okay, so I'll go, all right. So evidently I made a mistake. I should have said appraised value. I could have.
You could have.
All right, well, let's go with what I said.
Yeah, we have to go with,
Yeah,
go ahead and make your case. You've got 5 minutes.
okay. Well, first of all, thank you for this. It's definitely different than what I have been accustomed to in the past whenever I did protest any taxes. First of all, when I got my appraisal last year, the market value was at $253,050, and now it's at $317,450, which is an increase of $64,400, and to me that is a very inflated amount. Now, what I had sent you is pictures stating what I find to be a problem with this neighborhood. We have open ditches. We have terrible drainage. Whenever it rains, the street floods, no matter if it's 1 inch, 2 inches, or 4 inches. And so I feel that this is kind of a problem with our neighborhood and our value. The information that you sent me shows houses that are on larger lots than mine. Comparable number 1, particular 67 Bel Air. You show that the sales price was $380. It is on a lot of 81.44 by 100, which is 2 lots, and the value according to the appraisal district for the lot is $80,000 and the house is $237,080. The closest comparable to my house is 86 Bel Air, which sold for $264,957. You also show 131 Bel Air, which is new construction. So I'm not sure how you came up with a value on that because it's a home that's incomplete. Also, at 79 Bel Air, you show a value of $312,360. It's on a lot 90 by 100, which is 2 lots. And it is probably about the same size as mine. So my recommendation, or my asking of you is to, pardon me, look over these values again and look at all of the pictures that I've sent you about homes that are incomplete, some that are decrepit homes that have not been destroyed, they're left unattended, and I think that this affects the value of my home. So I'm asking you to consider lowering the price of $317,450 to $265,750. I guess that's probably all I have to say about that.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
She's on percent this year, so that number multiplied by 10, that is that value. Okay, so now we're at the district cross-examine for 2 minutes, and then the district gets 5 minutes for presentation.
Oh, okay, cross-examine, wow.
Okay, so now going into their presentation.
Peggy, I don't cross-examine. I'm just going to do a presentation on market value, which is sales grid. Some of the stuff that Peggy talked about was actually city grid, technically not a protest.
I can't understand you. I can't understand you. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me see.
We can't hardly hear you there.
Does this help?
Yes.
All right, so I'm not going to cross-examine. I'm just going to go into a presentation here. I'm going to present a sales grid or a sales comparison I'm not going to do the equity approach or the equity grid unless somebody asks me about it. Some of the stuff, Peggy, that you talked about was from the equity side of things. It's technically not under protest. Subject is at 97 Bel Air. Comp number 1 is at 67 Bel Air. Sold for 380,000. You'll notice that the subject is a 5FB, 1,200 square feet, 2018 build. Comp number 1,
What address is that, sir?
67 Bel Air.
Okay.
Sold for 380. We have a market value of 378. It's a 4SS plus. It's an older home. Gives an indicated value of 331,877. Comp number 2, 86 Bel Air. 5FB, older home, a little bit smaller. Sold for 264,957. Gives an indicated value of 315,272. I forgot another, right? Comp number 3, 282 Kingfish. Sold for 333,870. Market value that we have is 298,800. Indicated value is $1,000. It's larger and just a little bit older. The indicated median value is 330,877 for this area. As to all the conditions that are involved with Holiday Beach, I agree. I'm always surprised that people live out there. Some of the people on Bel Air, they have flooding that goes through the first floor of their house just with the high tide. But regardless of that, there is who knows how many sales in there every year. And people are building houses. They're building houses in lowlands. It's gangbusters in there. And so those market conditions that normally in a common sense world would make most people say, I'm not touching this. Holiday Beach is extremely successful, where you can buy a cheap piece of land and build a house and vacation. Not to mention you have access to a boat dock, a boat ramp, and 2 boat ramps in Lamar. So, it's fun. That's all I have.
Okay, so Peggy, now you have 2 minutes for cross-examining and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Well,
You can ask him any questions you want.
I just am lost for words because some of that I agree with. I don't know what motivates people to move here, to live here. We are, as you said, probably the less expensive lots in the area. I was fortunate to be able to rebuild my home after Harvey. And I'm not sure that the value that was on there last year, which I was told should have never been on there because it's what I paid for the house, that's the value. So I don't know what to ask, but that I just feel that price is inflated. That value is inflated. You make good points. I have to agree. We do have, some amenities here, but I'm not really sure that that's enough to agree with that value. That's it.
Okay, so now the district gets 2 minutes for rebuttal.
The 2019 value.
I didn't get that.
The district rats. I'm not gonna try to talk through that. Too much for me. I can talk to them. Echoes.
It's not right.
I don't know what to do.
Just, can we ask her
Press
if
on.
she
Let's just move on.
Let's just press on. We're at closings.
Yeah, I mean, so
This-
Peggy,
Yes,
you have 1 minute for close.
1 minute to close. I don't, okay. I have done some research in this area, which I've presented to you, that I feel affects the value or market value of the property. I just feel that the 450 is inflated, as I said before, and I would just ask that you would consider adjusting that value if you don't feel that the 365,050 is sufficient. Well, maybe we can discuss a different value that will be will be agreeable to all parties.
Okay, and
I get 1 minute. I'm gonna address y'all, and I'm not gonna try to fight through that speaker.
Yeah, but she's come to 300,000.
You're not gonna what? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Ray.
I'm waiting for the Cindy. Talk. The 331 indicated value on the sales report is really what's under protest. The discrepancy between 2019 and 2020, where there's a large increase from it.
Can you get a little? I'm not hearing you. Can you get a little closer, possibly?
You're having
Sorry.
technical difficulties, Miss Peggy.
Okay.
But I will stand here if it helps. The difference has to do with when an appraiser decides to go with cost and forsake the market and go back to market, the increase is going to be ugly because you're saying, oh, that's what it costs you to build. Oh, great. That's what I'll put in there. You shouldn't do it. It goes back to a market valuation. It's going to be ugly, and it's going to be every time, especially out here where it's not going to be good. And so this increase was quite a bit from 1920. That's where we're at. The truth is we're probably low on our house. That's probably 331 is probably a better number than 370. That's all I have.
okay, so ma'am, now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss your property, what we've heard, and come up with a decision.
Did you say that y'all are going to discuss this and come up with a value, or I didn't get that?
Yes, ma'am. We'll discuss it and come up with a value, and then and you'll be sitting here with us, and you'll hear everything. Okay?
Okay. All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
It's a value test. There's no outstanding. It's really nice house. Yeah, really nice house.
Same set of conditions before, where the sales just reset the market.
Yeah, and everybody who was paying this kind of money has the same kind of problems with ditches and flooding. And it's been there since the storm and before.
They still pay for the increased value, so I don't see it warrants a change.
Ramona, what do you see? Do you have anything to add?
Unfortunately, no.
know. All right, so on property number, account number 8822092, where the 2020 total value of the property $317,000 and $417,250 for 2020. I make a motion that the addressing the incorrect appraised market value absolutely calls for the value to remain at least 370 or for the 2020.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
I have a question. May I ask a question?
it's a quick one.
This appraised value, is that what the taxes are calculated on?
Yes,
Okay. So this appraised value shows 278,355?
Now that's a whole nother different number. I think it's 300.
317,000.
She has exemptions, so
Okay,
there,
okay, I'm sorry.
you may not be able to answer the question.
All right, yeah.
You can't answer that question?
no, that's up to the
They're
tax.
not able to answer it because they don't have all the information.
Well, I'm just trying to see exactly what I would be paying taxes on is my question.
7299733.
Thank you.
7299733.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's
Yes,
it.
ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Peggy.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Have a great day.
Our next case is number 700, account number 35043.
I haven't even, or maybe it's been, but I've never known.
The 50% on her account up here, I've never seen that.
It's a UDI property.
The
It's an
truth is-
undivided interest.
Truth is, we do everything that we can for those accounts to never get back here.
What?
We try to not ever have a
The
UDI.
50% ones?
We try to never get UDI accounts in here.
Got it.
They're difficult.
Yeah, because I've never seen that, and I mean, you're looking at the
Luckily,
numbers over here.
Luckily, it didn't come up in the middle of the hearing, and we'd still be talking about it.
Okay.
Case number 700.
All right, are you ready for Ms. Chavez to be
Yes.
admitted?
Yes. Good
Ms.
morning.
Chavez?
Yes,
Chavez.
good morning. Hello?
Hello?
This is Charlie Powers. It's the appraiser. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay. We've got some administrative to take care of, so if you'll just follow along with us, we'll get to the
Okay.
heart of the hearing shortly. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-700, account number 35043. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. At the table are myself, Charlie Powers, Secretary Cindy Duck, Kathy Hoffman, and Robert. By Zoom, Ramon Long. We do not work in the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Controller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. It may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyARB. Survey is voluntary, but we do encourage you to take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145A, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Ms. Chavez, we have all your evidence, correct?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering your protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. And I'll begin with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with other person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated
Yes.
with them in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Bickerazzi, am notarizing on the signature. I also
All testimony from all witnesses must be heard. Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
I'm assuming for the duration of the hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm assuming that you are under oath as a result of you signing the affidavit.
Yeah, I mean, I could barely hear y'all.
Okay, thank you.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ms. Chavez, do you hold the
Yes.
Texas appraisal? Are you a licensed appraiser?
Am I a licensed appraiser? No.
Very good, thank you. The governor wants me to ask you that.
Okay.
Do you have handy the hearing procedure times?
My hearing procedure time? I'm
Page
sorry, I
5.
didn't understand.
It's page 5 on the package that you got from the district.
Oh, okay. What am I agreeing to something? I mean,
No, it's just showing you the times.
yes, it is at 10 o'clock
Okay,
for my hearing. Yeah.
we'll help you along through the process, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Ms. Chavez, you have a choice. Do you want to go first, or do you want the district to go first?
Y'all can go first because I've never done this before, so.
All right.
Ms. Chavez,
Yes.
question just real quick before we run down this road too far. I was looking at your quotes there for
Yes.
for some work that needs to be done. It adds up to about $10,000 or so. If
Yes.
Ms. Chavez, if I take $10,000 off right now and take the value, like just take it down to 72,000 even,
Uh-huh.
is that good? Can we just be done with this? Or do you want to
Yeah,
go through?
we can do that because and that's why I haven't protested. I've been meaning to get this done and it just hasn't gotten done. It doesn't look like it is. So it's really just mainly the roof because I have done a little bit repairs on the siding.
Okay.
But yes, if you can.
So are you saying that you agree that for 2020, the 72, you agree with the value of the total value of 72,000?
Yes, I'll agree to that.
Okay, so I'll make a account number 35043, where the 2020 valuation by the appraisal district was 80,190, that we adjust this down to the 2020 value being 72,000. And I believe this addresses the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Chavez, we're done. You got it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank
All right.
Thank
you.
you, Ms. Chavez.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
One more at 10 o'clock.
There's nobody else?
Wait, give me 1 minute.
Nobody else?
Any of it, Amy.
There's nobody. Okay.
We're not gonna hear Mr. Reagan.
He didn't call in.
A lot of Larry Pierce this afternoon.
Yep.
Larry Pierce is gonna be in here most of the afternoon.
Looks like it.
We will have the other person attend.
I don't think so. That's it. Yeah. You don't have nothing? No, I got it. No, I'm just gonna push them to Amy. Yeah, you're good. You're welcome. Thank you. I'm gonna take a look at my daughter. Cat, she loves the bacon, she loves strawberries.
Oh, cool.
Okay, things all here. All right, income valuations. So the purpose of doing the income valuation is to value real property based on its ability to generate revenue, to make money. It's the best approach to value for income generating investment properties. It's actually even better than sales comparison. It's better than knowing sale prices for reasons that will become obvious later. The way that you do it is a formula. Formula is a thing you're going to go through over and over. And I think it's best to just think of it in terms of if you're going to buy a property, you'll kind of walk through this in your head naturally. So the first thing you start with is what's called your net rentable area. That's the amount of space that can be rented in hotels, rooms, in warehouses, in square footage. There's different ways of doing it, but it's basically how big is the building, but how much of it can I actually lease to somebody. Next thing you need is their rent free. It's not always rent, but it's usually thought of as rent. Then
What was that, a rent what?
Rent rate.
Oh, okay.
Rent rate is basically how much you should be charging per unit for whatever it is. And what that'll give you is that's the maximum amount of money that your property could ever generate in a given year. If everything was perfect, everything was full, everyone paid all the time, and nothing bad ever happened.
This is
And
the best year.
and your business was free. The costs you nothing to rent. So obviously that's not realistic. So the next thing that gets applied is vacancy and collections loss. Usually it's just referred to as vacancy. It's how much of your property in a given year is just not being used, whether it's because people aren't staying in the hotel or there's a lot of turnover and there's some built-in vacancy, or in apartments and stuff, people just sometimes don't pay you and you can't kick them out. It's kind of
Would you call it vacancy and something else?
yeah, it's vacancy and collections loss, but most people just refer to it as vacancy. And then what you end up with after that is you don't have to remember all of these. There's a different name for kind of the subtotal as it goes down. You start with the effective gross income or the potential gross income, and you end up with the effective gross income. You don't have to remember all of those. So what you end up with then is basically how much money you make in a normal year. Then you take out your expenses. The expenses are things that it costs you, you have to pay in order to make that money. So if I have a store, but I don't pay my electric bill, people won't come into my store. Yeah, so that's kind of goes without saying. What you end up with, this is the number that is, if I could highlight anything, this is the magic number, is your net operating income, the NOI. Your net operating
what?
income. Net operating income. Sometimes it's referred to as revenue, but it's your net operating income. That is the sort of bottom line. That's how much profit your property is generating in a given year. That should be, in a simple world, the money you take home. That number goes up, your value goes up. That number goes down, your value goes down. It's very straightforward on that. So that's it. And then you take that net operating income, and the thing you apply to it to get your value is called a capitalization rate, or a cap rate. I'm sure y'all heard of a cap rate. The cap rate is different for different types of properties. You don't use the same cap rate for everything. Getting them is a little bit complicated, but that's pretty much it. That gets you to your indicated value, and that's where the number comes from. The first thing I want to point out is that it is really not feasible to rework that thing in the course of a protest hearing. It's just not. There's not enough time, and there's not enough ability to work and rework the data and work it backwards and make sure everything is functioning. When somebody sends me their actuals for their business, reality is complicated, and there's a lot of weird things going on, and it can take me hours to adjust for what's going on. So it's the best if you focused on the big number, rather than trying to say, well, what if we change the cap rate or the vacancy to this? And if you start doing that, everything gets out of whack. It's kind of an interworked system. Everything depends on everything else. So if you just change one little thing, you could end up very, very quickly coming out with like a nonsense.
Okay, when you say the big number, you're talking about net operating income.
Really, it would be better just to look at the market value. The indicated value. That's really the bottom line. Is they're going to have an opinion of the market indicated value. We're going to have an opinion of market value, and those are the things that are being compared. The reason for that is because they could be in reality saying, well, I charge a lot for my hotel rooms, but I also have high vacancy. Not a lot of people can afford to stay at my fancy hotel. And we're saying, well, you should be charging less, and more people should be staying there. And the net result is nothing. Nothing happens. Your value stays exactly the same. So if you just change that person's vacancy, it would make it appear like their hotel was worth much less money. But it isn't. They have more vacancy because they're charging more. If you don't take care of your property, you will get less business, right? Your place is run down. But not taking care of it saves you money. So your expenses go down. So everything is connected to everything else. If you just rent one number in that formula, you can, in surprisingly short order, end up with negative numbers or numbers that are quadrupled. And you wouldn't even expect how fast it can happen. So the best thing to focus on is, the rationale is in that formula, but what is being disputed is the market value down at the bottom.
And your market value probably won't be it won't be like the net operating income.
No, it will be many times the net operating income all the time. What you're valuing is how much is it worth to somebody to make that much money in. How much, if I said, hey, if you buy this warehouse from me and rent it to somebody, it'll be vacant sometimes, but not most of the time, and we'll make some money off of it. How much are you willing to pay to get that income? And that number is, it's kind of alive. It's not like a house where it depreciates, sort of always moving in and out, up and down. You have to watch it all the time. It's affected by everything.
Now, if I go back a number of years when we used to do this, we used to do this.
Okay.
The appraisal that used to do this, and we got several cases come in. The issues always seem to be on whether they had taken the appropriate expenses out.
Yes.
Now, when we get these cases, are you going to have already audited them for the appropriate expenses?
It's very likely. Because again, you're dead on. Like, I was actually saving that point for last because it would be the one that you would remember the most if it was last. And you're right. That's usually, that's the biggest thing. That's the biggest thing that we see is.
The question is, are we going to have to audit them for their expenses, or are you going to have already presented that?
I'll get to that. I'll answer your question, but it's complicated. We got to get there first.
Okay.
It has to do with confidentiality. Okay, so in that, we're saying your net operating income, that's how much money you're making. And then I said, well, you're going to multiply that by something to get this much larger number. Well, who's to say what that number is? Is it 3 times that number, 10 times that number? What is it? What is it worth to make $100,000 a year? Worth $1 million, 800,000? The answer is we let the market tell us that. It's very complicated to get. And so the majority of the time, you buy it from other people who have more information. So we get ours from CoStar and from TREP and from indicated cap rates from actual sales in our area. And part of building a good model for Rockport is going to be a good cap rate that's appropriate for here. A place that is more competitive will have different capitalization rate. The tricky thing to remember is when the cap rate goes down, the value goes up. If your cap rate is 8% and you move it to 5, your value goes way up. So you're moving this percentage number down, but it's getting, your value is inflating up fast, very, very fast. You know, moving your cap rate by 1% can move your value by millions of dollars. So when the cap rate gets tiny, that is making your value go up. The bigger your cap rate, value goes down.
Because it's division, not multiplication. Right. Not multiplying times that rate by that.
The next thing is that, to be very clear, our goal is to value just the real property. We are not valuing the business. We're not valuing the employees. We're not valuing the labor. We're not valuing intangible goods. We're not valuing brands. So I am not valuing the H&B Corporation or Dollar General as a brand, or Joe's Auto Repair Shop based on how good he is at repairing cars. The idea is it's just the building. So if you think of a law office that's in a strip center, that law office may be generating many, many millions of dollars a year. But if I own the building, all I get is rent.
Because that's the person's income, that
It's just the real property is generating rent. It's not generating legal assistance.
Right.
You know, if you have a guy who has a collision center, millions of dollars in revenue, in a collision center, and then he switches it to a self-storage that makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, his property value goes way up. Because if I buy a collision center from him, I still can't make any money. I don't know how to fix cars that have been crashed. I don't have the equipment to fix the car. I don't have any of that stuff. But I could definitely rent out storage spaces to anybody. So the thing is, where if you get things like flag value, blue sky, and dark store, anything that starts to sound really weird, where it's like, what are these slang words? They're usually referring to separating intangible from the real property. So the McDonald's here in town is probably worth a good bit of money because it's McDonald's. But the question is, how much is the building worth? So if McDonald's, you know, we had a Burger King and then it left. It's not a Burger King anymore. So the guy who owns it doesn't own a piece of Burger King. He owns a building. The next one, getting into what you're talking about, is confidentiality. You did ask about that. That's governed by tax code section 2227. And the information given to us by a property owner about their income, their personal property, their sale price, or any other kind of market data is assumed to be confidential when they give it to us. So we cannot share that with anybody. It's actually a Class B misdemeanor, and it might go to Class A misdemeanor.
So the sale price, so I can't call and see what somebody bought a building for, but I can see what you bought your home for?
Only if submitted under the guise of being income information. So if I'm just saying, here's my books, and my accountant says, here's what my value should be.
Oh, actually, I won't see what they paid for a house because that isn't part of it. It's just what the value is that you put on it.
Right.
So, okay, sorry. I just had to think through.
That's okay. That's what we're doing this for. The other part of that is people don't want to tell you how much they're paying their employees or what their expenses are because they don't want their competitors to find out. That's personal, private. You know, it's not something you want to share. But we at the appraisal district will anonymize it by saying, we'll take this, we'll shove it into the stew and mix it all up. And when we get a model that looks like Rockport, we apply that to everybody. So you can end up with a bunch of confidential information that we have, but we're not going to present that as evidence. The code does allow us, we're not required, but we are permitted to give the actual data from the property in question. So the subject properties are something that we can talk about. We can say you had $50,000 for travel expenses or whatever. We're allowed. That being said, we're probably not going to, out of a sense of we want people to be willing to share information with us. So and what we're going to do, and what our attorney has advised, is during an affidavit hearing, we're just going to stick to what is submitted as evidence. So if we haven't submitted their actuals, we're not going to give you their actuals. And if they have submitted their actuals, then we can talk about it. But if they haven't, we can, it's kind of like the inside of somebody's house. I can tell you what it was or tell you about it, but I can't give you specifics. You know, I can tell you there was a certain amount of money that was marked as an expense that wasn't allowable, or there was a cap, you know, that was based on some other liability that the business had. I won't be sharing what that exactly is unless it seems completely necessary. We end up in a law. We are allowed to do it. It's just if we make a habit of giving these things out, people are going to stop telling us anything. We absolutely cannot share actual fees. If I'm looking at Motel A and I want to compare it to Motel B, I cannot talk about what Motel B paid for anything or how much money they made. or what their actual room rent was, even though the room rent is public. So that's the confidentiality difference is their actuals are, we'll get them, but they're kind of like the inside of someone's house. They're relevant, you can talk about them, but we're not going to be making them public every time we have a hearing. The next thing is equity. Equity is really different for income properties than it is for the others. The reason is, with a house, you want to say, well, does my house value look like it's kind of the same as someone else's house? But with a business, the equity is just money. Everything is stripped out of your property except for money. So if your property looks much worse, but it's making the same money, it's worth the same. It's only dollars. So showing equity doesn't like, well, show me one that's the same size as mine, or show me one that's as old as mine. It's show me one that has the same net operating income that I do. That's fine. So equity in doing this is just doing the same formula to everybody, not saying poking them in the eye and giving them an extra high rate, or calculating their cap rate differently because you think it should be worth more. That would be a formula that you apply to a whole category, say hotels or strip centers, and know that this kind of strip center is all being treated the same. And you charge more, and therefore you have less tenants because yours is expensive, but we're going to treat them.
So does that take location? So where would location affect? You use the same cap rate.
Mm-hmm.
And how is location, where does location get considered in that?
In the rent. So a great location, the rent is good.
How much rent? Got it. Okay.
Everything tends to work itself out. It's kind of, honestly, this year, I knew it would work, but it's also kind of incredible. Sometimes it's worked in ways that were really surprising as far as, oh, that's where that amount of money. This person is older and they've had this storage unit forever and they're not taking good care of it because they just don't want to. And the loss in revenue of not cleaning out the old units is made up for in the fact that they're not spending any money either. And it just works itself out. This is a small market though. I mean, the comparables come from far away. How many HEB buildings do we have? One grocery store. So how your comparables are often going to be in other counties or even other parts of the state. The person is choosing how they're going to spend their money. It's not a place for them to live. You know, it's not something that they have to survive. It's a way that they're to capitalize their money. You know, you choose to not have a house. You can't just say, well, houses are too expensive, just don't buy one. Bad idea. You can't do that. You have somewhere to go. But you could easily just take your money and just shove it in a bond market and say, real property. So if the investment looks so bad that it wouldn't make any sense to do it anymore, the right thing to do is to just sell it and put your money somewhere else. So you can have a house that's like, I overpaid for this house and my mortgage is killing me, but I got nowhere to go, right? Yeah. Business, there's always you don't have a business that's making you negative $40,000 a year, where at the end you end up with nothing at the end of your holding period. Because if you had that, you just give it to somebody else and say, someone fix this. I can't do this. Like I'll turn this into $500,000 and go do something else. Equity ends up being that they're all being treated the same in terms of we're just looking at the income and how are we capitalizing a hotel or a storage unit. They're not going to be similar numbers. The market values, they're going to be very different. They move really fast. So you're not going to find a $250,000 house and a $250,000 house and another $250,000 house you're gonna see 3 seemingly identical properties, small hotels. And this one's 1.1 million, this one's 850, and this one's 1.6. But they're all being treated exactly the same. The difference is this one has a restaurant, doesn't. Maybe this one has more doors in it. Maybe this one has a terrible lease with the public. They're all the same, even though the overall value is going to be really different. It moves around a lot.
Because
Equity
there's
just
so many
looks
things that can be different.
so many. Yeah.
How do you get all the information on these other properties?
On the which properties?
You're comparing.
So we are only comparing other properties that we are doing on income. So we're never going to compare an income valued property to one that isn't being valued on income and vice versa. That's never going to happen.
No, I mean, like you said, there's only one HEP. So if you wanted to compare it to another HEP, where would you get the factors that you need to make that comparison?
Yeah, that's a good question. We buy it from CoStar. CoStar is a huge company that sell businesses on CoStar, buy businesses on CoStar, and they collect data from their property owners regarding sale prices. Sometimes in the ads,
Does that become then public?
no, CoStar is proprietary. You have to buy it. So the stuff that we buy from CoStar and TREP is also not public. It's similar to MLS. That MLS data belongs to the Association of Realtors, and if they share it with us, while we can use it, we can't become a fire hose that just gives it out to everybody who asks, right? We buy CoStar data and use it, but we can't become a workaround by which you can get CoStar data for free. Right. There's another company called TREP that we're using, and TREP is a little bit more complicated in how they get their information, but their information is about properties that aren't sold. It's actually giving good information on their expenses and sort of the back end things. CoStar doesn't know how much it costs to run a business. They only know how much people are selling them for and maybe how much money they're making, but they don't actually know what a good salary is for somebody. But TREP is a company that gets it from banks. They get the information from banks based on stuff that's being mortgaged. So they get a lot of people's information. So they get businesses that show me how much you're paying for this, making sure you're not embezzling money, running a deficit. You can't pay your loan back. But we have to pay for TREP and CoStar, and we use that data to build our models. And then we're going to use that along with stuff that property owners really give us. One of the things that, part of the reason we're doing this is because when the state comes to us and values our properties based on income, the model they're using is statewide stuff. They're using statewide rent, statewide vacancies, statewide cap rates, and that includes mostly economic centers like San Antonio, Houston, and Austin. Well, you can't be valuing a boat storage in Aransas County like a mini storage in Travis County. They're very, very different. So, but we can't argue that they're different without actually having the model built to say, that's not a good rent rate. They'll say, well, prove it, right? So the information we get from property owners is invaluable to us. It is completely invaluable. Because we can buy the statewide, here's what you should pay for whatever, but I want to know what's different about Rockport. And I'll tell you, in general, Rockport is it's not run down. This is a nicer place than a lot of areas around here. Like the office, having an office in Rockport is worth more than having an office building in Portland. It's not horrible. We're not the backwater station.
How do businesses get information to come in or to come and talk to you or whatever, to file a complaint? Well, it's all starting in April. You know, how do they get anything to compare to themselves to.
They can't, and they pay other fee appraisers to do it for them. So they may come in if they're willing to spend the time and money, or if they were a recent purchase, and say, here's an appraisal that was done by Marcus and Milchap or Pritchard and Abbott or whoever, and they have a lot of this information. It's not worth it to a single property owner to buy access to that data. You'd have to
That's
be
what I
a
meant.
really
How do they
savvy
get an
investor.
argument for what they're trying to prove.
So their argument ends up being their actuals, what they call their actuals, their profit and loss statement for the year. Look, this is how much rent I got. This is my, this is how much money I made. This is how much I spent on this thing or that thing, right? That brings us to what Charlie was talking about. This is probably the most important thing for our county, is allowable expenses. So if you imagine somebody having a hotel and saying, well, I have a hotel with 30 rooms, but my rooms are only $22 a night. Reality is you shouldn't be charging $22 a night for your hotel. It's not a prudent thing to do with your business to charge an abnormally low amount of rent. It's kind of up to you if you want to do that. That's totally up to you. You can choose to make less money. You could also choose to lower your rent for other reasons, like maybe you live in a place that used to have a lot of tourism and now it doesn't. You have high vacancy. So to compete, lower your rent. And in turn, your vacancy goes up. Say it's cheaper, that is all up to you. So you don't, if you value everybody's property using their actuals, which San Patricio County did every year, they just did several of their categories on, they just had everybody who owned a nursing home or an apartment or whatever come in and give them their actuals, and they just blanket did it individually, which is not good for equity. Really, it isn't, because but that's just how they were doing it. The problem, they ended up failing their PBS, even though they were also using the income approach. Like they had people's actual information and their values were all off. The reason they're off is because people's expenses include all kinds of things that are not allowable expenses. There's somebody who keeps trying to put their child support payment in their expenses for their hotel every single year in San Pat County, and you have to actually base it. When they give me their actuals, the first thing I do is tell them, give me a minute, and I take as much time as I need to go through it and make sure that all of their expenses are allowed. The commonly included things that are not allowable expenses are property taxes, building depreciation, paying themselves, not a salary for the property manager, but just giving yourself money for being the owner. If you're actually working there, you've got to pay yourself. Because if I didn't do it, I'd be paying someone else to do it, right? But people will put in $150,000 of, as an expense. They'll put travel expenses because those kinds of things are allowable expenses when you do your income taxes. And I think that that's where the confusion comes in, is people are thinking, well, I write this off on my income taxes. That's an expense. It is an expense for the real property. The building does not have that expense. The business doesn't have your child support, that kind of thing. The other two are, the building depreciation doesn't go into it because all we're valuing is the income. We're not valuing the quality of the building. The maintenance of the building is an allowable expense. And if your building falls apart, your rent will drop or your vacancy will go up through the roof or something. But the building depreciation is not appropriate at all. And there's no world in which you include building depreciation in an income valuation. That's completely off the table. The one that's a little bit, agents and stuff will know, so property owners may not, is taxes, property taxes and payroll taxes are not an allowable expense. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't matter what the taxes are. Obviously, if you have a business in Aransas Pass where the tax rate is 2.5%, and then you have another one that's in rural Aransas County where the tax rate is less than 2%, I want the one in Aransas County. I don't want the one with higher taxes. So you can do it one of two ways. You can either include the taxes as an expense, which I think is a bad idea, or you can put the tax rate on top of the cap rate. And that's what we do. It's called loading the cap rate. We use a loaded cap rate for everything. That is where you take whatever the capitalization rate is, and then you raise it by however much the taxes are. If the taxes are 2%, it goes up by 2%, thereby reducing the value of the property. So the cap rate for every property is going to be different depending on which taxing units are applied to it, what jurisdictions it's in. If it's in a school district with a different tax rate, its overall value is going to be different because they pay a different amount of taxes. Loading the cap rate is by far the most streamlined way of doing it. And I think that it's the best way to do it because it doesn't just include the fact that you pay your taxes and that's money you don't keep. It includes the fact that that's money you don't get to put to work. That's money you don't get to generate more money. You can't reinvest that. So I think it's much better to load the cap rate. And that's what most people do. That's what we're doing. But like Charlie was saying, most of the time it's about trying to include expenses that are not allowed, are not permitted, or not appropriate. When they provide us their actuals, I will go through them and I print it out and I mark which ones are allowed and not allowed, and I make all the adjustments and that kind of thing. I won't be sharing their actuals for reasons of confidentiality. So if there is an affidavit where they say, you know, our net operating income was only $40,000, and then you look at mine and it says their net operating income was $150,000. The difference is that they're including some expenses that are not allowed. Expenses for things that are just, for whatever reason, are not appropriate. And I'm happy to tell you what they are, but I'll try to refrain unless it's absolutely necessary from saying what that amount is. You know, just what exactly it is. If somebody's saying, "Oh, this guy paid himself $87,000 a year for no reason," I think it's better to just leave that vague. Everybody about his pocket. But the allowable expenses shouldn't be something that you guys have to become experts in order to settle these things. Knowing what is and isn't an allowable expense, but there might end up being, I don't know if there's going to end up being that much disagreement about it. I really don't know. I haven't gotten a lot of pushback about it. I'll tell you that in talking to people. But when you get their profit and loss statement, something that our board of directors chair said, Jack Wright, he worked at Charter Bank for a long time. When people would show him their profit and loss statements, he said, I'll happily look at your financials. Do not show me that you can't pay me back. Don't show me something saying that you're making so little money, you're never going to pay me back. And it's funny to me that they would pay him those kinds of things, but I mean, it would blow your mind. There isn't a single business in Aransas County that's making any money. They're all losing $30,000 a year. And that's just how it looks on paper. You have to throw stuff out or it ends up looking really ridiculous. I mean, it's kind of like looking at people's income taxes. They write off everything, absolutely everything. It ends up being that your income is artificially low number, right?
Oh, I would think that would be something that their CPA would be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, a lot of them don't have a
Why they
CPA.
bring those statements all to you as opposed to not to their CPA, which would be the normal practice for the taxes, of course.
If they have a CPA, they do. A lot of them will be using TurboTax or something.
Yeah.
Or having just QuickBooks. And they're giving us basically the one they use for their income taxes. That's why there's all the income tax stuff. But when we get one that's been through an agent or an accountant, a lot of times they have already reworked it to take out things like depreciation and property tax. Some of the things that end up happening, potential issues is people will include the taxes as an expense and then load the taxes into the cap. So you're doing it twice. That happens a lot. I don't recall doing it on purpose, but you get one where it's included as an expense and then it's taken out
To
again.
just see if you pick up on it?
I think they're just trying to do whatever they can to get the number smaller. I mean, this is not like the attitude with commercial businesses is very different. A residence in that their listing prices are wildly different than what they're really worth because it doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna flinch. That's times bigger than reasonable on a commercial the way they would with a house. They don't care what the listing price is. They want to know what your numbers are. They want to know how much money you're making. And then they know what they're willing to pay for that, right? So kind of requests from agents and property agents especially of just unbelievably tiny amounts of money for things like, you know, the value of this 200 unit apartment complex is $140,000. $1 million to build this thing. But they'll do it. It's like saying, here's a rug, it's $1,000, and you say, I'll give you 2. And we go from there. So that's kind of what it ends up being. The number changes swing just unbelievably huge. There's plenty of accounts that I've settled already that are just billions and millions of dollars off what they noticed. That we're
You're looking at value property though, not business.
not
You have to use, go back to in a building, it's a grocery store building, so you have to look at grocery store economics to value that building. Okay.
right. What would it be worth to own that building if HEB wasn't in it?
Right.
Now we had a Walmart that was a Walmart, and it's worth a good deal of money because it's a Walmart. And then they built another one, and they left the other one. The answer is the guy from Ace bought it, so we kind of know what it's worth. But most of the time, these things aren't being bought. You know, it's like building. What's it worth? Well, it's worth how much money it makes. Part of it. How you get that tangible value out and separate. And I don't think that any agent or property owner is going to be willing to try and make that argument here, especially in the first year. There's a reason why places that have millions and millions of people, legislation now requires that commercial properties be heard by an ARB that's made of people that have PhDs and CPAs and MAIs. I mean, I don't know which of those guys are going to do this for $100 a day, but that's what they're being told they have to do. And it's because they're trying to argue extremely nuanced things for refineries and, you know, your 85 whatever locations, that kind of thing. It's stonewalled a lot. Things like, we haven't done HEB on income and split. We've only done ones that are kind of softballs for the first one. And the ones that are a little bit trickier, they say, well, these are all owner occupied, so there's no expense information. And it's just like waving away the whole conversation. But you don't like to do that because it keeps the value small. But it does get complicated trying to figure out what is this Home Depot building worth? Not because it's a Home Depot. If you take the Home Depot out of a Home Depot, what are you going to do with it? It's a gigantic building.
Yeah.
And almost nobody wants it, and it's not in a place where you could do industrial work. So what are you gonna do with this gargantuan building? And it ends up in this really vague philosophical argument that goes on, or, you know, is hotel worth, and there's various ways of approaching that. But for this year, they're all pretty straightforward. We've done strip centers, self-storage, boat storage, variety stores, so dollar store, Family Dollar, that kind of thing. Drugs and drug stores. We only have one drug store. And
What drugstore are you saying is our one?
Walgreens.
Because what about,
CVS?
no? Oh my God, I can like see their faces. You know, the one that's on 35.
Jerry's?
Jerry's.
Jerry's is gone. It's just a slab.
CVS.
CVS purchased Jerry's Pharmacy and then it blew away. So the
Right.
building,
CVS.
Well, I thought CVS was there after.
CVS was there
CVS
after him, and
bought
then
them.
the store blew away.
What do you mean?
They bought it
blew away?
before Harvey.
No, I'm saying after the hurricane, I thought CVS was there.
There's
No.
in a strip,
They bought it before the hurricane.
Because he retired or whatever.
Yeah.
moved down the way to a strip center. So now you have the CVS as a tenant.
But it's just, they're just a pharmacy, period. They're not
Right.
really-
So they're a drugstore.
But that's not real property. That's
But the
their
building
business.
is
The building
a whole, like
is a
little-
strip center.
That's
There's a
true.
bank in there.
Anything could be there. Where the pawn shop was?
Yeah.
Got it.
So there's a bank in there and a drugstore, but the building is a strip center. The Walgreens building is not a strip center. The
Right.
Walgreens building is a special kind of building, and it's kind of crazy data on that one. But that's why you're comparing it to drugstores everywhere. The thing is, there's a bunch of Walgreens and CVS and other stores too. But there's value. People buy a Walgreens building and they're renting it to Walgreens. They're not under, Walgreens doesn't own them. And they, you know.
So what kind of, cases would we be
Hearing them from any of those property categories that didn't settle with us. That didn't settle. And you know, they could have any reason at all for not settling. So we'll be here.
What I've heard,
have we heard income cases before?
Apparently Charlie has in years past, but
You go back to
I have
when,
to.
I don't think we did
Yeah.
last year.
no.
no, this
No, they
goes,
just
this
started-
goes back 4 or 5 years, doesn't it?
I think it
Ramona?
was before
This is
you
my
were on
first
It was
there.
back in, it was back in the old building.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
as a matter of fact, some tools in our software were complete. I mean, every screen and chart blank. There was no, so everything had to be built from scratch this year
First year. they
by
come
me.
back.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
And
like-
so what
It's been a long time.
heard in the community, I'm not one of them because I don't own a business building,
Uh-huh.
but apparently the values drastically changed a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and so then that group of the business property owners and the RVs, peoples that got hit last year, it's formed this big woo, hurricane out in the Gulf. And so, so I think we'll see a lot of them in here. Or I know that a lot of them are at least out talking, because a lot of times people will talk but no follow-up.
Yeah.
But I mean, to where they're getting the chamber
I've heard several
involved in there.
businesses talk about their taxes being raised a
Yes.
lot.
Yes.
Yes.
So there's actually some that have gone down as a result.
Yes.
People whose value have gone down. They're definitely in the minority, but those people, some of them are still upset for something. But what that's proving is that we had a big equity problem. We had a guy who had a boat barn, and I've had agents tell me this in years past, that we would lose on equity all the time. $4 million because it's a brand new and it's nice, and we're doing it on cost. And they're charging $150 a month to park your boat there. And down the road, there's one that's kind of rusted, but it's sturdy, not look terrible, but it's just 20 years old. It's been there forever, and your tenants have been there forever. Not only has this one been depreciating for 20 years till it's worth a fraction of what this one is, they're making way more money than this new one. What isn't done with the lease up? That's not really equitable. But because we were saying, well, we don't have the data. But when the state comes in and tells you, suck it up, go buy the data, you gotta go buy the data. And that's why it gets done.
So this is the first year you're doing this?
Yes.
Well, it's the first year doing it after having not done it for.
That,
period
and
of
that's
about
the
5 or 6
problem, is
years.
they were doing it
So you're actually
another
doing catch-up,
method.
Really, with
Big
all
time.
this stuff.
There's another thing going on, which is like, if you think of it like we're trying to build a model of Aransas County as a business. You have this thing. So often, every single hotel will fit in here. And the actual shape of it may be really different. We may even find there's two kinds in there. There's one that's a little taller than, and to refine that thing down, we needed more information. So everybody got treated with the broadest brushstroke possible, where it said your hotel is a hotel. And there was hotels that are really not nice, that were given extremely high. How many boards you have? This is how much market is. Frequency and stuff is public. They have to report that stuff. Hotels get very beat up. You may find the hotel saying an abnormal amount of woe is me, I don't make any money. It could be, they get hammered every direction on taxes. They pay occupancy tax, they pay payroll taxes, they pay franchise, property tax, just never hotels. And then on top of that, they're competing with Airbnb people who haven't even reported their income. So it's pretty rough. I feel for people in hotels.
Why do they all buy them all up in one? I mean, it's like Fairfield Inn. I mean, we keep getting more and more hotels here.
Yeah.
Chains, you know, but none that they're necessarily owned by the chain. They're owned by the hotels.
Yeah.
They have the hotels in town anyway. But
Well,
they must be making some money, or they wouldn't be buying and keeping all these hotels.
Well, I will tell you, the people who are, you know, you have the Indian guys that all own multiple motels, and they have the smaller ones.
Yeah,
They have a very tight social network of people willing to help them, and they all work at their own hotels. So they make it work because that's kind of like the Chinese immigrant owning a donut shop. There's like a blueprint for how to run this, and that gets you to the United States. And they come over here and they work at a Best Western for a while, and they figure out how to do a hotel, and then they end up buying a hotel. And I can tell you there's some around here that have literally actually lost money every year for the last several years. And the only good thing about that is if they stick it out for another 10, 15, 20 years, they'll end up having paid off their debt, and they will have a hotel that they own and they can separate. You know, it ends up being a thing that they can do.
It's an investment. It's an
That's right.
investment.
That's right. So that's another thing, is your mortgage and interest payments are not allowable expenses, because when you pay interest and you pay your mortgage, you're shifting your money into your building, you're getting it back in the equity you're gaining in the thing you're going to sell when you're done, right? The other type of hotel, like Fairfield and Marriott, that kind of thing, I will tell you, they're not doing well. They're all hemorrhaging money. As companies, they're losing money at a rate that might be the end of a lot of them. this year
You
because of
say it using it here or national?
national.
Not here. Not here.
Including here,
Including here.
including
Well,
here.
Half of them were closed for what, a couple of months, and then we had the storm, and they were closed for years.
But I think
So-
Jatine's, I think he's got it figured out. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Well, the thing is, it's not completely up to him.
Right.
So if Fairfield decides to restructure the way that they do things or to
Right.
sell to a different brand, he doesn't have any say in that.
Right.
All he owns is the building. And there may be a world in which the hotel as we know it becomes a thing of the past. And I will tell you that every part of the new information we get is updates on commercial mortgages and delinquencies and that kind of thing. Restaurants and retail and all these things that are affected by coronavirus have risen in delinquency, where they said Cheesecake Factory told every one of their lessors, we're not paying our rent for the next 2 months at any of our stores. You're just not getting it. We don't have it. So that's a problem. That's a big problem. Cheesecake Factory is an anchor tenant for a lot of places. But hotels have gone from their delinquency being like 2% to being over 20%.
But are we, when we're doing this evaluation, if there's a contest between parties here,
Yes,
it goes back to January 1st.
it goes back to January 1st.
So
Yes.
the COVID exercises are not included in this.
Not for me. So when I'm doing a January 1 appraisal, it has to be done as of January 1st. It will affect things potentially next year, but as of January 1st, they were looking forward to a great year.
Right.
Those people
Well,
who
yeah,
just
just COVID, so none of that comes into play on what you're doing right now.
right.
So
There was a bunch of them that just got reopened after the storm, and then they just closed it right back
Well,
up.
and all indications was this year, this was gonna be the year to make up everything.
And like you were saying, maybe the small mom and pop motels and hotels do okay because they can make a way. But for the bigger brands where it's like, well, why are they building them? Why do we have them if they're struggling to make a profit? And the reality is, it's just inertia from years of being a huge industry, but they're not making money. They're the real property's worth a lot, but they probably shouldn't be building them. I mean, it's like malls. There wasn't a mall built in the United States since like 1996, and now they're just all shuttering. But you think in 1989, why were they still building malls? Probably shouldn't have been. It's still worth something.
Well, and then see, like, for the branded hotels, I mean, that issue of, well, they have more vacancies because their room rate is high, and it's like, but that's not even their decision. Those brands, they dictate, your lowest room, which is this room, will be this much per night. You can never go below it. And they watch, I mean, that stuff is all watched. And so.
But that's why next year,
That's the hard game.
from a year to year, you're not going to see it sitting there depreciating or staying the same or increasing over time. It's going to be moving like a living thing because every hotel could just shrink in value in 1 year by just saying, hey, look, the market cap rate for hotels has just gone up by 0.5%. So everyone, that kind of thing you have to constantly monitor it. But the valuation of it can change a lot really fast because of that.
So in a big city, okay, let's just take Houston, let's just take anywhere, it doesn't really matter.
Mhm.
Typically, where they've been doing income method, typically, what are the types of things where the appraisal review board in that city or town or whatever was able to go, oh, yeah, I mean, because if you've got all these complicated formulas and a lot of the stuff is kind of, it isn't hidden, but it's not out there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is it that an appraisal review board could rule on as, what issues are we going to be able to rule or avoid?
Just market value. Just the overall market value. That's the question.
Yours will be based January 1 on probably 2019 financials.
Yes,
And
but
we'll be
the
comparing them to-
projection of 2020, like,
Well, there is a projection.
yeah, because if you're open for 8 months out of the year in that 2019, well, on January 1st, presumably you're gonna be open.
Oh, year. Right.
But we'll be comparing them to other properties of a similar like income rate.
So you're saying we're supposed to be putting them at the value they were on January 1st,
Yes, that's what I have.
which is a different thing than the value today,
Maybe.
possibly.
It's like real property, Rob, it's like real property, January 1st.
Yeah.
And I will tell you that in other districts, you're asking in bigger areas, to put it into perspective, Bear County, they have in their, you know, we have a, we do the original phase in the fall, and we do analysis, then equalization, which is now, right? The analysis of what we do, basically January to April. And that's us collected and working. In Bear County, they have 12 employees, and their only job all year is they do the analysis for strip center. Yeah.
12 people.
12 people, and they're doing what we do for a quarter of a year for a single property type. So that's the difference between our commercial stuff and their commercial stuff. It's not even close. They can say, this is what a strip center with a nail salon and Arby's in these taxing units built by this builder is like in this neighborhood, 5 more. They can do that. And we, I will tell you also, interestingly, the sample appraisal that was given to me for a restaurant in Bear County, the cost value was higher than the income. The value on income, and it was less than if you valued it on cost. And what that's telling you is it's better to buy one that's already there. Building RVs in Bear County is expensive, but buying one that's already there, that's doable. You know?
So now, why aren't the RV camps, why weren't they included in this income method?
Because nobody wants to do RV stuff on income. Nobody wants to do RV parks at all. Not in any place. Most places.
You're saying no appraisal district?
No appraiser. Fee appraisers don't want to do it. People hate valuing RV parks. And the reason is they're so complicated and they're so nebulous as to like what is necessary and what's not. And what are people valuing and what aren't they valuing and what should you pay?
Haven't changed.
I mean, it's all over the place. Well, we had a huge gift in having sale prices. We actually ended up with enough sale prices that we could do a market abstraction to figure out how much RV parks are worth. And this year,
Remember Cindy 2 years ago or a year ago?
Yes, I do, and that was horrible. It was
Well, I will tell you,
horrible. It was horrible.
we've had 3 RV parks sell since we've done that. And we went from being at 12 to 60% of what they were selling for the last 10 years to being on average just over 98.5% of those 3 that sold.
We did that last year.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I re-looked at.
And before that, no, it was like, and it was just like, oh my God, this is horrific.
When I re-looked at all of our valuations with all the data we got in the course of protest season and sales that happened afterwards, and I did an analysis of what if we were valuing them on cost like we used to, what if we were valuing them like we do now, what if we changed it in one way or the other, and lastly, what if we did it on income the way the comptroller did when they valued our RV parks on income? And the answer was the income stuff completely fell apart on higher value RV parks. It made them way overvalued, like a lot, 20, 30%, hugely long values for what these things were actually selling for. And it's because there's a certain efficiency to running a big RV park, where it ends up becoming almost like a unit price. Where you're just adding 20 more and add 20 more. The income thing just didn't work. And it's partly because people aren't really buying them on a direct income calculation, because how do they get that? They hire an appraiser, and the appraiser goes and does this income calculation, and they look at it and they go, this doesn't mean anything to me, you know? Or they get one appraiser to do it and they get a wildly different number than this one over here. Both of the appraisers are calling each other on the phone, hey, how'd you do this? I don't know, I hate doing that. You know? I've had appraisers call me for the past year from all over the place, asking how do you value your RV parks, and specifically the small ones, the ones where it's like 8, 20 spaces. What do you do with that? And if this is working, the next couple of years, I'll probably end up asking PTAD and other groups if I could offer like a course on how we did it, or maybe they could do it in their county. People could do a little bit better job.
Because apparently our county was ahead of a lot of them, like up in Houston and another big area, or outside of Houston. They didn't do that until this year. And so I've heard people who own RV parks in both places, you know, of course they're, you know, talking, and they were saying, well, wait a minute, you know, Aransas County did this to us last year, and they did, you know, their thought was maybe they didn't have to, because in Harris County or wherever, they didn't do it until this year, you know, and I was like,
well,
hey, I don't think it's that simple, but, you know, go talk to them and ask them.
I've had an agent tell me, well, they do this in Bear County, and this is what they do it over here, and this is what they do in, and I say, I know,
130.
I don't care at all if we're higher than some other districts.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get it right. We can be higher, we can be lower. I just want to know what it is. You know, if everybody else is wrong, then they can be wrong.
So do they still have the same process, like they do their hearing with us? Then if they don't agree, they can go the next step, which is appraisal on those accounts. Is it the same?
You mean a hearing?
Yeah.
Like a litigation hearing?
Or because isn't it with ours, with the
So
property?
you guys do 130.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, go too long, I'm sorry.
But
Thank
with
you.
the
Yeah,
homes, see y'all later. Isn't it the same deal?
Ramona, are you still here?
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Bye, Ramona.
Y'all have a great lunch. I'll see you at 1:30.
30. Everybody already left.
Yeah.
See you later. Bye.
But it's the same, right? Same process. Business and personal. They still, you know, they get a hearing. Once there's a ruling on the hearing, then they can do a arbiter or whatever. I forget what it's called.
They can do, yeah, they can have an arbitration hearing, or they can sue.
Right. But you can always sue.
A lot of businesses just sue constantly. A lot of them will just have the hearing so y'all say anything and then just sue later. There's one of them that we just know every year is going to be a lawsuit every year forever.
Got it.
What's that? Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not telling you which one it is, but like,
No, I know.
attitude wise, there are people who that's
Just
a
automatic
process. They're like, yeah, we just, even if the agent or whatever, or property owner agrees, they just want it done at a hearing, and so they can litigate later.
This is going to be interesting.
I think that we'll see, but you know, anybody who's upset that their property value has gone to what it is from what it was, not that it's wrong, but just you got $1 million property and now it's $1 million for the first time. That they might be upset about that, but that's.
But they probably also then, if they weren't with somebody who could explain, you know, an attorney, an accountant, whatever, I don't know, you know.
Well, there are a lot of people who didn't protest. There's a lot of people who, we only see this weird subsection of people. Some people will go, oh boy, my house finally went from 140 $100,000 to $300,000, that's what the house is actually probably worth, and they pay their taxes. And
Right.
They don't say anything. And there's a lot of people, the majority of people are like that. The majority of business owners know that their property is being undervalued. There's just no incentive for them to raise it.
Right.
There's some very, Scott, if Scott owned a business, I promise you, every year, he would be setting aside more money for his taxes than he ever pays.
Right.
And he would never, the year that it finally was valued correctly, he'd have it on hand. It's maybe there's people who fly in by ear and don't really have gotten used to getting an abnormally low appraisal. They might be upset. But the people who say, hey, this is really too high, and I know it's too high, and they have good evidence for that. The good thing is they can arm us to explain that to the people that audit us.
Right.
They can help us to know,
Right.
hey, this isn't San Antonio, and here's why.
Right.
And also in some ways, like, this isn't Aransas Pass, and here's why. Aransas Pass is, you want to be in Rockport, you want to be in the Pass. So that helps. I do, this is outside the scope of you guys, but, and even this office, but I think it is possible that the taxes end up being too high for some of these properties. The ones we've done this year and ones we'll do in subsequent years, that their actual bill will end up being so high that it makes their business not feasible. And there is a subset of commercial properties that everybody knows about, which is farms. Everybody knows that if you applied a tax rate dollar for dollar on a farm, then nobody would ever farm anything.
Right.
So they give a special appraisal to farms because they can't give them a different rate. So they say, we're going to give you this fake assessed value because we understand your taxes can't be the same dollar for dollar as they are on someone's house.
Right.
That might be true of other businesses, and it's just never been dealt with. That might be true. It may not. It may be just growing pains and they get used to it. And the tax burden shifts off the property, the homeowner, and onto the business where it's supposed to be. But it also may be that certain businesses, dollar for dollar, can't hack it.
Right.
And we haven't found out yet. Hotels may be one of those things. Maybe if hotels had been valued on income for the last 30 years in every county, maybe there wouldn't be a hotel occupancy tax. Maybe they just pay their property taxes and that would have been it. And they wouldn't have ever had the extra.
They do pass some of those taxes on the occupants, so the people who are staying there.
Right.
You get your bill now, and it's like, here's the room rate, and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Taxes they have onto it.
Right.
And they don't tell you that when it's a tax, your room rate, $125 a night. Okay, fine, well, when you pay your bill, it's $160.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And those things are.
So they're recouping some of that.
Oh, definitely. It all comes from the person, customer. Customer is the guy holding the bag at the end of the day. It's the like somebody pays a farmer to buy seed, and then the guy buys the crop when it's done and sells it to another guy before it's even done growing, and he sells it to another guy. The guy at the end who pays the most is the guy at the grocery store. He's trying to eat. That's the guy who pays the most. But
when these cases come up, are you going to be the one that's going to be showing?
Yes,
dealing with us with them.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing it today, and I hope that I do the rest of it.
Do you have any so far that are going to come to us?
What's that?
Do you have any
This
so far?
afternoon.
Huh?
This afternoon.
This afternoon.
Oh, I will be this.
Oh, okay. Oh, lucky you. But the
Where are you going?
Not Dr. Point at 1:30. So
Here in town?
yeah. Dr. Silver.
my daughter just got glasses from here.
Hmm?
My daughter just got glasses from here.
Oh.
She has some sort of issue. One of our kids needs glasses and the other one doesn't. But Lily needs them to read. Nora doesn't need glasses. But Phoebe was having like headaches and trouble reading things, and she went in to Dr. Soto looking at things and was like, do these lines look straight? And she was like, no, squiggly, like, no, they're not straight, but they were straight lines. But apparently what it is she's farsighted, so she's seeing things better at a distance than up close. But at the same time, she has some sort of thing where her eyes aren't focusing on the exact same point.
Right.
So that it's slightly off. So close, it's blurry, but far, she gets a little bit of double vision or a little bit of like.
Not making her
bendy.
dizzy and stuff?
She gets motion sick really easy. She gets headaches. She gets a headache riding her bike. She didn't know.
Really? Wow.
So she would get stomach aches sometimes and not know why.
Well, and it will, because your eyesight affects balance and everything. I mean,
That's why I'm going to Dr. Stone today for they did my cataract surgery and they screwed it up. And so I got headaches and I don't have double vision or anything, but I get dizzy and headaches. And I can't seem to get my prescription and my glasses correct, so that I should be able to see better with my glasses, but I can see better without them, but not great. So I don't know what she's going to do.
Yeah, May said that Nicole was talking to Phoebe and saying, you know, when you read, do you mix up this letter and that letter? And she just knew everything that Phoebe was dealing with, even stuff that
She's very good.
didn't specifically expect. My kids are homeschooled, so she's sitting there helping her read and thinking she's just struggling to read or giving up or whatever, but she's really having trouble seeing.
What did they give her? She gave her glasses.
She gave her glasses. The thing is, her glasses have to be ground differently. So your lenses are ground by machines for efficiency in like a circle. Just go like this. But in reality, your vision is slightly different up and down than it is left and right. So if they were perfect, they would be ground at a different curve this way than they are this way. And that's what she has to have. So her lenses are like 240.
Glasses, that hasn't helped.
And then she lost
them. She lost them.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh.
We had to get
and you haven't like even like begun to like maybe where they possibly.
We looked everywhere. We looked in our neighbor's garage. Everywhere.
Like, is it possible the cat saw or a raccoon
My wife was
who
like,
saw something
it's
shiny?
possible that a neighbor kid stole them and felt bad about it and threw them away or buried them. Like it's that level of, we have no freaking clue where these things are. And I'm thinking, do we need to get like a GPS tracker?
You can. No, you can.
Really?
Yes, it's that thing that you put on.
Isn't that going to be annoying? Face dangling?
No, it'll be over here. Put it out here.
Did they help?
Oh, the glasses are like, it's crazy. It's night and day. It helps so much. She doesn't get car sick as easy. She doesn't get headaches as much.
So she didn't realize that she was seeing double, or
she just thought that that's just life.
You would not believe it. Sacred Heart, okay, the school here, because Macaulay went there, but I was a volunteer, but then I also worked there. And you would not believe the kids in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade who go to a doctor every year, okay, a regular doctor, who like, because we would do the vision test, but it was in depth. We had, an eye doctor come in and do in depth. The kids who, it was just, I mean, like we were crying because it's like, oh my God, that this child, how they're usually smarter, the kids that have that, because they've learned how to accommodate.
Yeah.
And so they're working a lot harder than the other kids, because the whole time their mind is making it work in addition to doing all the other things that we do.
They think it's normal.
Well, how do you know? If it's all you know.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, what would be different?
The first high definition television.
Oh.
I remember when I was a kid, our TV, I grew up with a black and white TV that only had.
You grew up with a black and white TV?
Yeah, and it's because our TV was broken. But
I was going to say too.
You seem too young, my dear, but okay, yeah, I know, me too.
The black and white TV, we only got 3 channels. It was because we were poor, not because it was. But I still remember the first time I went to my friend's house and saw his dad watching Wheel of Fortune, and I could not believe how many colors were on that show. I was like, oh my God, this thing is just like every single thing is a different color. I assumed it was like, blue screen with all gold border, but it's like gold with red and purple and like all kinds of stuff. And I was in high school doing my SAT prep class, and Mr. Howard was watching Jeopardy when that guy was on, Ken Jennings, the guy who didn't lose for like a year.
Oh, yeah.
And he would turn it on during that class, and somebody answered a question wrong, and it went negative. And as soon as it did, the background of his number turned red. And I freaked out and was like, it's red because he's in the red. They keep saying he's in the red, and they made the thing red. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, that's incredible. That's so cool. It's like they made it red because he's in the red. I literally never seen it. I was like 16 years old.
Oh my God.
But I don't know. I hope she can, maybe it's for the best.
You haven't found it yet, you say shit. So you're not wearing it.
No, we had to replace them.
Oh, you already.
But it was such a disaster and so much stress dealing with
No,
it.
I'm sure there was a horrible couple of weeks.
Well, I think it's for the best because one, now
It taught her.
maybe she'll understand how important it
How
is
old is
not
she?
to lose. She's 6.
Oh, well.
She's very good. And on a personal note, my wife has a negative memory of when she was a kid, one of her parents getting extremely angry at her sister for losing the glasses. Because same thing, you get your kid glasses, can't afford it, they lose them, and just lost it. And I think it's good that, I had a chance to go through my daughter losing her glasses without losing my mind.
Right.
Maybe showing my wife a little bit of.
Well, and
Don't have to be
actually
afraid, I'm not gonna
this,
freak out.
because these classes in her case, it probably made life easier for her. So, like some kids, retainer, like I can't tell you how many retainers we ended up buying from they throw them away on their lunch trays. I don't know what they do with
I
them,
didn't wear glasses as a kid, but my sister
Right.
did, and she lost them all the time.
But see, these, it helps the little girl. So therefore, it might be that, it'll sit with her, that she'll go, there's a reason I need to take care of stuff because without Do we
And
have Ramona?
I'm bringing Ramona in right now. Ramona, can you hear us? Can you hear us,
Yeah.
Ramona? Good.
I hear you. Hey,
About to begin. Let's,
All right. I'm going to bring in Miss Parker now.
Ms. Parker.
what case number are we on?
683.
Miss Parker, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, fine. This is Charlie Powers, the Appraisal Review Board. I have to go through a script required by the Comptroller's Office. But since you're the agent of all of these things this afternoon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the whole script once. But understand that we have to do the ARB members swearing and the representatives, district representatives swearing for everything.
Okay.
Okay? Just so you know what.
Perfect. No worries.
Okay. So we're opening the first case of 202063, account 30280.
30280.
Yes.
Yes.
Unless my eyes are, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're talking to an old guy here, so my eyes aren't that good. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board hearing your protest today. Seated at the table are Charlie Powers, that's me, Cindy Duff, Robert Dake, and Ramona LeBlanc is on by Zoom. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today and may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you without discrimination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 41.45H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I'm assuming we have all your evidence here, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
We have all your evidence here.
Yeah, we sent it. I assume that you have it.
Good. ARB member, this is document. And I'll begin with I solemnly swear, I, Howard, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of 4166F.
Robert Dake, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code.
You're up, Ramona.
You guys cutting out. We can't hardly hear you.
Yeah,
Ramona LeBlanc, do what?
I was going to say it's cutting out for me too.
Yeah. I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, am notarizing Ramona's picture, and I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Okay, ma'am?
Yes.
I'm assuming that because you signed the affidavits here, that you're under oath for the duration of this here set of hearings, okay?
Okay.
You understand?
I do. I understand.
Thank you.
You needed me to state my name?
No, that's okay. We're good.
I, Amy Burke, swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Okay, are you an appraiser?
I'm not an appraiser.
Okay. Do you have the sheet that was page 5 in the package that you were sent? It is the hearing procedure times.
The packet that I sent.
That was sent to you, I hope.
Oh. I'm sure I have it. I don't have it in front of me.
For each section of the hearing.
I didn't understand what you said.
The chart is labeled hearing procedures times. It's 4 columns. And they're the times of each portion of the hearing.
Okay.
You know, it's like protester speaks for presentation, then district for 2 minutes, then, you know,
Okay.
it's time limits on the things.
Okay.
But we, anyway.
Okay. I don't anticipate taking longer than my allotted time.
Okay. The last question is, would you like to go first, or would you like the district to go first?
I would like the district to go first.
Okay.
Okay, so is 0280. It's a residential home in Palm Harbor. Noteworthy is that this is a sale from last year. So in 2019, the sale price we have $288,300. So about where it is, it's a canal front home on the Palm. So the house itself is classed as a 5SS, so it's wood sided, and it is about 1,100 square feet area. It says it does have a boat lift, but other than that, it's pretty much a house on a canal. And our market value for 2020 is $272,000 and some change. All right, next is the sales comp grid. So these are homes that actually sold. As the first comp, of course, was the second, which sold for $288. No adjustment, so it's also $288. Next comp is on Starboard Ave, also a 5SS home, and it's a good bit bigger, but adjusted out, it sold for $375, but adjusted out is indicated at $330 right about. And then 229 Starboard was another sale last year, and it is also it's about the same class, a 4SS plus, 5SS, pretty close. Similar square footage, and it sold for $305. Listed for the subject, it indicates $295. And the last one is 110 Palm Drive, same street, also a 5SS, a little bit nicer, quite a bit bigger. And it sold for, but adjusted to be the same size as the subject is $362. That gives you an indicated median value of $311,000. The next one. Good. So this is going to show how we're appraising other similar homes in this area. And the first one, Palm Drive, the second, Harbor, 305, 270. It's also on Palm, and it's a class 5 home, and it's indicating 307. So from an equity basis, it seems that we're a little bit low on this house. I would assume that it's because it's got some depreciation on it. The indicated equity value is $304,000, and our current market value is $272,000. I believe after this we have the listing. Yeah, the house. Yeah. Go back up. It showed. Yeah, so the last list price was $310. So the sale price we have is $288. It's a good bit off of $310, negotiated down off of the last known listing price. And then after that, I believe is just a sales ratio report. Go to the bottom. So it shows that in this neighborhood, in that section of homes, our appraisals are right at 100% of what they're actually selling for this year. We're doing pretty good there. That's all I have.
Okay, so ma'am, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present, so that gives you 7 minutes.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Parker, and I am a licensed property tax consultant representing the property owner. Our property owner feels that the property is overappraised based on market and equal and uniform. We have provided the appraisal review board with 5 comps from the neighborhood that the property owner lives in, and he feels that based on those comps that his property is overappraised. I assume that you have the packet in front of you. There's 5 comps, and we have an equity grid included along with the appraisal district's records.
Can you tell me one of those comps?
Comp number
I have a
1.
411.
I'm sorry, what?
Go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said.
I have maybe this is something else. No, Exhibit A, the properties, maybe not.
Comp number 1 is property ID 30279. Comp number 2 is 30281. Comp number 3 is property ID 30283. Comp number 4 is 30278. And comp number 5 is 30277.
I found them.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That concludes my presentation.
Okay, that's it?
That's it.
Okay, so now the district can cross-examine for 2 minutes, and then you have a rebuttal for 2 minutes, 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have anything to cross.
Okay, so protester rebuttal is 2 minutes.
I have nothing further.
Okay, so now the district has a 1 minute closing.
So in closing, I'd just like to point out that the equity grid that was provided by the property owner's agent doesn't adjust for different land and classes. It's overall value by square footage of the living area. So it's not as accurate as the kind of equity grid that we're doing. And I think that it's really noteworthy that they bought it for 2. We're below what we paid for it 6 months ago. That's all.
Okay, so ma'am, you now have your 1 minute closing.
Basically, the property owner feels that the valuation is above the fair market value, and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district.
Okay, and that's what you have to say?
That is all I have.
Okay, all right, so now the appraisal review board has 5 minutes to discuss this property and come up with our value on the property. Ramona?
Okay.
Yes. I said yes.
Okay, so I'm not seeing anything that would have me change the value. I don't think anything was proven to change it. Do you?
Yeah, you're right, the burden of proof.
So Robert and Ramona, I mean, did y'all?
I think Eamon summed it up. He presented his sales and equity grid as they usually do, using the exact same methods, standard process procedure. The property owner, by virtue of taking this simplistic cost per square foot, has not made adjustments for class, for lot size, for, 2-car versus a 3-car garage. One has a swimming pool, one has a doesn't. So I don't see warranty.
I just don't see a need for change.
Okay, all right, so based upon what we have seen today from the property representative and from the appraisal district on property number 30280, and addressing the incorrect appraised market value or the potential for appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, where the 2020 value was $272,380. I make a motion that we keep the value for 2020 at $272,380.
Second,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That hearing is closed. We'll now go to open a hearing on 2020-687. Account 48838.
Did you say 887? I'm sorry, Charlie. Did you, 687?
687.
Sorry, okay.
Okay, we'll forego the bulk of the script and go directly to ARB members considering the protest is not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Howard, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing for that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Jennifer, we're assuming you're still under oath.
My name is Jennifer Parker, and I'm under oath.
Okay.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal of the board of the Aransas County District is true and correct.
Okay, Jennifer, you want to go first?
Yes.
You want to go?
I'd like the appraisal well, I can go first. I want to confirm though, we are talking about 48838, which is addressed at 4111 Highway 35 South.
That's correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
You may begin.
So I'll go. Go ahead.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. The subject property is appraised above its market value, and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, so now the district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes presentation, so I'm going to 7 minutes.
I have nothing to cross-examine. The property is 48838. Its market value for 2020 is $1,312,420. There's boat storage. noteworthy is that it is being valued on income. Last year's value was 1.5 million. It was actually higher than it is this year because it was being valued on cost, and it's something newer structure with a lot of concrete. Go back, usually go through every page. Yeah, so there's a property card, and it still contains any relevant cost information regarding the improvements or whatever's in the land. Right. This is the income calculation worksheet. Go ahead and walk through this one. At the top, you'll have the property name if there is one. This one, I don't know the name of this boat storage. I guess it's Rockport Boat Storage. The class storage, the class is boat storage. The net rent, just about 60,000 square feet, broken up into boat storages. And we have it at $4 per foot per year, which is derived from we're charging that. Vacancy for them is 15%, and their operating expenses are set at 45%. Gives you a net operating income of $111,949. The assumption is a prudent business owner would be making right about $112,000 a year in income from this boat storage. It has no extra adjustments, giving it an indicated value of $1.3 million. On the next. This is the boat storage. It's got a lot of elevation to it. This is your equity. So this shows other boat storages that are very similar and have been valued exactly the same. So the first one is the subject, and these are the net rentable area of 60,000, and these are 67, 95, and 71. But you can see they have the same lease rate, the same vacancy, and their expenses, although they're listed in dollars per square foot, are 45%, just like the subject. And the cap rate is exactly the same. Your tax rates being slightly different, and this one down at the bottom that has no name has excess land value back to it. But they all end up being somewhat similar in value. Only other thing I'd like to say is that neither the property owner nor the agent provided us with any kind of actuals or information about this specific boat storage to tell us anything about it. To make it.
Okay, ma'am, now you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have nothing further.
District rebuttal, 2 minutes.
Nothing further.
Okay, so now, ma'am, it's the 1 minute closing. It's your closing.
I have nothing further.
Okay, so district, you have 1 minute to close. Okay. Now the ARB has 5 minutes to discuss this. And I can tell you my opinion is I haven't seen anything that would cause me to change this valuation.
No, the burden of proof is on the district and they've proven their case.
Right, Ramona?
I agree.
All right, so based upon on account number 48838, based upon what we heard from the district and from the property agent, and taking into consideration incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, where the value by the appraisal district for 2020 was $312,420. I make a motion that we leave the exact same value for 2020 at $1,312,420.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That hearing is closed and we move on to 2020-688, account 51251.
I need to wait on something. I've got to figure out how to set the value in here. I don't want to, I'm going to ask Ray on this. I've got to set that value and it's going to change it to it's going to change, take cost out and change it. I don't figure out what I need to do. So just bear with me. I do it normally, it's going to take on the 1.5 million on the 1 to 1.3 million.
Jennifer?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
Yeah.
Will be just a minute.
That's
There's
what we
a
want. I mean,
technical
what we want.
issue.
Yeah, that's what we
So
want.
just set
No
it as an
problem.
ARV value at that 1312420.
Yes,
Okay, just
yeah,
unusual.
yeah, that the cost value is higher than the.
What's unusual that I'm knocking that value out and for something that's sustaining.
31242.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Good to go.
688. Up in the upper right corner.
Yes, this is it. Okay.
She needs to be here for the.
Okay. I think the rest of these are the same.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we back?
Bell.
Are we back in business here?
Something,
Yes.
because there's like a
Yes,
delay,
we're-
and I don't know
we're
what's
rolling.
going
We're
on.
good.
All right. On 688, right? 51215, 51251?
Yes.
Yeah, 688.
No, and Scott to tell me.
Yes, 51251.
Thank you.
I'm on.
Okay, Jennifer, we're back in business.
All right.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2020-688, account 51251. Once again, we'll go straight to the ARB members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I will start with I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with anyone, another person in violation of tax code section 4166 F.
Oh, I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Piccarazzi, am notarizing another signature. I also am located in Texas.
Okay, Jennifer, we're assuming you're still under oath.
Yes, my name is Jennifer Parker. I'm not a licensed appraiser, and I am under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
Okay, Jennifer, would you like to go first or you want Amy to go first?
I'll go first. The subject property, pardon?
Go ahead.
Okay. The subject property is appraised above its market value, and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. That concludes my testimony.
The district has 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 for presentation, so I'll add in 7.
For cross-examination, I just have one question. Do you, by any chance, know what the purchase price was for this property in April?
No, I do not.
The property ID is 51251. Last year it was appraised at 1.65 million. This year it's 1.66 million. The value overall didn't change very much, but the way that we valued it changed completely. This is now an income value property. It did sell in April. Don't know for how much. Subject property, it's got quite a bit of extra land. It's got a retaining pond to keep the water out of boat storages, some concrete, just a boat storage. Category is self-storage, and it is a boat type self-storage, which is different rent rate ones. It has 71,000 square feet of rentable area, and the rent rate is $4 a foot a year. Vacancy is 15%. The expenses are 5%. Giving indicated value using a loaded cap rate of 1.6 million. And neither the property owner nor the property owner's agent gave us any specific information about this property to say that it was any different or regarding expenses or vacancy or even cap rate by giving us the sale price, which is where we get that. Other boat storages, and you can see it's being treated the same as the other boat storages. It's $4 a foot a year, 15% vacancy. The expenses are 45%, cap rate 7%. They have different tax rates. There are excess land values on these. This one does have 103,000 of land that isn't necessary to run the boat storage, and it could potentially be held or used to put our boat storage. That's all I have.
Okay.
Jennifer,
Yeah.
do you have anything to add in terms of detail to what's been presented?
The only thing I would add is that in our opinion, the deed dated 4/2020, the grantor Taylor Shark and the grantee Big Fisherman Boat, Taylor Shark is our client, and we are under the understanding that that was just a name change, just to clarify that.
Okay.
So it wasn't a sale, it was just a name change?
Our understanding, it was just a name change. That's our understanding.
Okay.
Because the contact that I have is Taylor Shark, and it looks like that was the name before.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. And I just want to ask one thing. Where is this located in reference in Aransas County, please?
Are you asking me or the district?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The district is showing me up on the overhead. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Isn't it by 188?
Is it literally by what used to be that restaurant, the Big Fisherman?
Yeah, the Big Fisherman. I think so.
It's kind of out.
It's kind of by it, but it doesn't have anything to do with the restaurant.
And is it off of 188?
Yeah, a little bit. Right area for sure.
Okay, because 188 is which one? The green one?
That's the city limits.
Oh.
This is 188. The restaurant you talked about right here.
Got it.
Boat storage. It's just.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So, what's her name? Jennifer, right?
Jennifer.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Jennifer, did you need your cross-examiner, your rebuttal?
I do not.
Need your closing?
I have nothing further.
District, you have one, okay. So, I haven't, nothing's been presented that would make me think that this should be valued any differently. Okay, Ramona, you agree?
Yes.
Okay, so on account number 51251, and taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, the 2020 value that the appraisal district had on this property of $1,660,930. I make a motion that that remains the same. So for the 2020 value, it remains at $1,660,930.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Next is 9:38. Scott?
I'm not with you yet. Is it where it's below the value, the same situation? I'm just making sure.
Huh?
I'm speaking with Amy, sorry. Just making sure that I'm putting the right value, the value Cindy said, I'm making sure that that's what's going in.
Okay, this should go up. This is 29.
Thought I said 2020.
You did.
Oh.
Just a very slight increase.
It's
2020
below,
is
it's
above.
below the market value
Yes.
cost.
I heard that, Ramona.
All right, Charlie, we're good.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay, opening a hearing on protest number 2020-938, account 19778. Our members who consider protest has not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41(6)(f).
Oh,
Cindy?
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I keep waiting for Kathy. I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of code section 41.66.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Piccarossi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
And Jennifer, assuming you're still under oath.
My name is Jennifer Parker, and I am not a licensed appraiser, and I am still under oath.
Thanks, ma'am.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Jennifer, who goes first?
Y'all go, the district, please.
Okay.
Okay. Subject property is ID 19778. The market value last year was about 1.2 million. Our current value for this parcel is $2.7 million. This is a boat storage facility that comprises several parcels. So it's one economic entity. The value of this building, this real property, in terms of an investment, is really in the context of you buying the entire thing. So this is a portion of a much larger business. I think it's 5 or 6 different property IDs, something like that. Here's a photograph of the one in question. There are boat storages on Mesquite in Fulton. So these are categorized as self-storage. It is a boat storage facility. They have a net rentable area of about 130,000. They're $4 a foot a year, 15% vacancy, 45% expenses, and that gives you a net operating income of $241,828. So capitalized value is $2.7 million. It's $2,766,460. We'll have some equity showing other boat storages. And if I remember right, none of these are owned by the property owner, so they're just other boat storages that are the same lease rate, same expenses, same cap rate, and it shows the indicated market values. That's it.
Okay, Jennifer, now you have 2 minutes for cross-examine and 5 for presentation.
Okay. On this, as he mentioned, this is one economic unit, and so we did a workup that included all 7 of the parcels. You should hopefully have that in your evidence. We did an income pro forma, including all 7 parcels. The account numbers are all listed on the appraisal review board presentation page. And our requested value is an overall value for all 7 of the parcels together of $2,985,080. We included an income worksheet for all 7 parcels. When we calculated the rental rate for all 7 of the parcels, we were coming at a rental rate at $3.69. There is one parcel that when we provided our protest, I believe that the account number, two digits were transposed. And so I don't know if you have account number 58427, but that is a parcel that is currently valued on the district rolls at $1,876,720. So when we work all of the parcels together and adjust for the age and condition of the property, we're coming in at that $2.9 million value. The biggest concern for our client is that the appraisal district changed the method of the way that they were working these properties after several years. And he does not feel that just changing the method warrants such a big increase in the value from last year to this year. It was a very high % of increase. And therefore, that is the main basis of his objection to the value.
Okay, and I'm sorry, is that all you have to say, Jennifer?
That concludes my testimony.
Okay, so district has 2 minutes for cross-examine and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I don't really have any questions, but I would like to point out that if you scroll down a little bit on the property owner's evidence, they did provide as evidence for the hearing their profit and loss statement, and several of the line are not allowable expenses, including property tax, because we're using a low cap rate, and officer salaries. So our net operating incomes are different. That's one factor in that. And I would also say regarding the method change, altering the market value so drastically, every year our appraisal is an opinion of value for January 1st of that year. And what we're saying this year is that we were that much wrong last year, that our value was very incorrect by a lot on this property. Getting them on income value gets them far closer to reality.
Okay.
Next quick question, keep this scroll down a little bit. the other down. Keep going. The previous. If you took those expenses out that you were talking about, would that bring the actual expenses down from 60% to closer to the 45% that you used in the other cases?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when I did this, it came out to, I think, 46% using their actuals.
Using their actual.
Using their actuals. So what we found is that they're charging more per square foot than is normal, but they're also spending slightly more than normal, and it just balances it out.
Okay.
But the number is different, but the ratio is.
Okay, now go to the next page. There's dashes on depreciation expense and interest expense. Does that mean they were not included in this?
That means they were not included in the, to the best of my understanding, judging by when I looked at it, that is because the property owner's agent did not include those as allowable expenses themselves.
Is that right, Jennifer?
We did not include depreciation expense, and we did not include interest expense. We put a little tick mark next to those two that we did not include. Is that answering your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay. Go on.
This is an analysis for how many? 8 combined accounts?
7, I think.
7.
7.
Are they all on today's sheet as individual accounts?
All but one. One of them was not protested correctly.
Okay. How do I relate the combination to the individual pieces?
The way I can tell you the way we did it,
Yeah.
and it was based on the actual square footage in the parcel that's described.
Okay, so
if there's 30% of the overall square footage in this, the reality is we can, since we're using the same formula for the whole thing, you can just apply it
To
the
what
same one
percentage
4
that is?
times, and it's the same answer.
So, okay. So if I add up the individual pieces, your numbers, I should get that number or close to it?
No, our numbers
No,
would be much
that's-
higher than that.
That's
Much higher.
their number.
So
Okay.
we need to settle at least 7 of them as a lump,
This one needs to be decided
or is this
individually,
this is
but
the individual?
you arrive at the value considering the fact that
It's
it
part
goes
of.
with the other 6.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, District, did you have anything to add at this point as far as cross-examine or rebuttal?
No.
Protester, Jennifer, do you have anything in rebuttal?
One thing that I did want to point out, when we calculate our rent per square foot, taking in that 7th account into consideration, we were coming in at $3.69. We also did send a letter to the Appraisal Review Board requesting that our protest be considered, because our intent was clear that the intent was to protest the entire economic unit, and one of the digits were transposed, and an incorrect account was protested in error. So we did send that for consideration to the Appraisal Review Board. And as I mentioned, we are working it as a whole because the property owner keeps his records as a whole entity and not just an individual account. So that's how we came to the full, the overall value. And again, the property owner is very concerned that he would be penalized for an error that, or a change in method, or as the appraisal district says, that the value apparently was what they considered to be wrong for last year, that he would be penalized in 1 year to have to take all of that increase. That it's a very difficult pill for him to swallow.
I can imagine.
All right. All right. So district, in your closing.
I guess in closing, all I'd like to say is that Mr. Pierce is doing a great job with these boat storages. He's just built one after another and reinvested a bunch, and they're great. They're great boat storages, and he's doing a good job with them. As far as the change being year over year, I sympathize, but I can't be progressively more right year over year. I have to do the best job I can in any given year. And I think that the value we're putting on this, to the best of my knowledge, is accurate. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And Jennifer, so your 1 minute closing.
The property owner just wants to reiterate the fact that he is very concerned about having to take this big of an increase simply because of a methodology change.
Okay. Anything else?
Well,
That's all for me.
methodology change given by the state, right?
To an extent, yes.
Okay, so now we're in the 5 minutes where the appraisal review board considers the evidence and comes up with their decision on the value. And I have just one question. Because even if that account was, that seventh account was in there, still the value would be $4 per square foot, right? Or
Yes. So we did value the parcel that was not protested was also moved to income this year.
Yes.
And it was treated the same as the others.
Exactly.
That was how I noticed that it was the wrong parcel.
Right. So even should it be in there, it still would have, it wouldn't have changed it to the 369. It still would have been at the $4 per square foot. So it wouldn't have affected that value in this equation.
That's not a value. What I was speaking of is the rental rate per square foot. The district was using $4, and my explanation of why we were using $3.69 is because when we added that extra square footage to our rental income, that's where we came up with the $3.69 as opposed to the $4 that the district was using.
So you're saying
that's the rental rate
number, when you gave your worksheet to the district, your total number of income, instead of just dealing with 6 properties, that was the total income from 7?
Correct.
Yeah, and I have the letter. I was just handed the letter that is dated July 1st and acknowledges that there was an error made and waived the 15-day notice. 15-day notice, remember? It's got to be 15 days of notice to the hearing. So they waived the 15-day notice. At the very least, I think we need to see what the appraised value of that other lot would be, of that other property would be, so that we can add them together and see how they're there. Right?
Yeah, I want to be sure, yeah, we either correctly move that 8th property, 7.
The seventh property.
7th property, yeah. Scott, can you tell us from the card or from?
It is 58427, is that correct?
Yes.
The income value on that property is $1,888,000. $876,720.
Can the district also state what the prior year value was on that property as well?
Yes. Prior year value was $305,450.
How much? Say that again, please.
305,450.
And their income on just that property was $1,876,720.
That's not their income, that's the district's value.
That's the income that is the district's valuation of the property, opinion of value.
Okay.
Based on what Jennifer said.
So, were you doing the arithmetic while I was doing that? What's the total?
So,
There, what are the numbers? 2766480. 17130. $5,520. 1988720. And 1876720. 7420. 429180. Did I do that right, Amy?
I believe so. Sounded right.
Okay, wait, so 1742.
Go ahead, Jonathan.
And what else?
properties.
Can I just point out one thing on my evidence, on my workup sheet? It does have the 2020 total notified value, including all 7 parcels, and the 2019 total final value, so that you don't have to add those up. The 2019 total value was $2,985,080, and the 2020 total notified value is $7,418,150. And that is, I believe, page 4 of my evidence packet.
Okay, give me that's the second one that's from the appraisal district value on all 7.
7418150.
That is slightly different than what I got.
What'd you get?
I got 7,428,170.
You're only off by
10,000.
$20.
Yeah,
Are you talking millions?
we're good.
Okay, and so what's?
It's up there on the top right.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically 3. To 77.
Now, are we looking at these all 7 at one time now?
I just wanted to see what the combined total was. I didn't realize that Jennifer had provided that on page 4.
Yeah.
Because he's managing it as a single economic unit, and
Right. And it really is.
and the 3,900,000 can't read it, but I believe it's there. And then that's, that was done on a market value last year.
Cost. Yes.
Cost. My cost.
Yes, and the cost value of the buildings is obviously less than what it's worth. If it wasn't,
Okay, can we look at pictography, please? And actually, there is, 2 of these are owned by the same. The others are not owned by the same company. It may be the same person, but it is not the same company.
it is. Larry Peterson and Bodian is the same. It's one business. Okay.
It's just on these sheets, it's listed differently?
The real property is owned in part by Larry Pearson individually and in part by the company as a legal entity. But it's the same business. It just owns
All of
multiple pieces of property.
All of them? Okay, so.
Damon, let me ask you, would it behoove him to have this all replatted as one?
Not especially. It wouldn't provide any kind of advantage.
Okay, so here's the 58427. Okay, that's that big square there, that's 19778. 47312. 47311. Is 310 part of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That being said,
But
the
that,
one that is under protest currently, this hearing covers this property. This property ID is what is being valued at, what was the number?
2,760,000. So
That's
it's
7
definitely the larger.
The 7 million thereabouts are all of it. And I will just mention that these 2 are not on income because this is a residence.
Yes,
And
that's
this,
the office.
this is like storage and warehouses. There's actually somebody being rented out in here, but we haven't moved our warehouses to income this year, so that stayed on cost. The only thing that changed was the storage units, and part of the reason that the account to year over year change was so different was because some of these parcels, some of these buildings were on the wrong parcel. They were in our system where the improvements were on, this building was on that account. And these 2 buildings were on this account. And it was just, it wasn't allocated correctly and had to redraw the entire thing.
That happened this year along with the cost method.
Yes,
I mean,
the
along
overall
with the
change
income.
though is accurate in 2.97. That's what happened. But if you look at just one account, it might tell you a different story because how many buildings are on it was corrected. Some of them were on this account that should have been on this account,
I got
that kind of thing. But overall, absolutely, it went from 2.9 to about 7 for the entire thing. The big driver of that is the net operating income of property.
Okay, and I see, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's 6 and 7?
There's one.
That's one of them?
Mhm.
Okay.
And to be honest, I don't know where the 7th one is.
What's this? The 7th one is the one that was.
No, because that's the 58427.
Yeah.
See, and we're talking, right now, we're talking about this. This is the case that we opened on, or the account.
So how are we treating this? Are we looking at each one individually?
Well, I'm trying to see where the 7th piece is to see if they're all.
Scott, can you search 58805 real quick? I know what happened. Maybe check in PAX and see if it's a BPP
The
account.
parcel number for the one missing is 58427.
We found that one.
Oh, okay.
58805 is a BPP account.
Okay, that's the one. So that 7th account is business personal property. That is a taxable property that belongs to the property owner for operations of business, but is not part of the real property.
Got it. Okay, now that makes sense. that.
And that wouldn't have been included in that total here.
3, 4, 5.
No, and then when you do an
That's why-
income valuation of real property, personal property is separate.
That's why his number came out different, because I gave him that 17,420.
How much is the BPP account for?
17420.
And he was off by just about that amount.
Thereabouts.
Okay, and the other thing is, this only has 6 accounts on it. I'm sorry. 1,
Because
2,
we didn't include
3.
the seventh one.
No, this only has 5 accounts. I'm sorry.
Right.
So,
Our papers have 8.
Yeah, and the last, my number 8, I guess, it looks like a lot in the preserve, like that's a home.
Yeah, and the business personal property.
Yes.
It was just a difference in land. Just a
right,
difference.
but she's saying she took the values of all 8 properties, and that's what that.
7.
No, it's 7.
7 properties.
Right, okay.
If you look on page 4 of my evidence, the account numbers that I added together are listed there on page 4 of my evidence at
Yes,
the top
ma'am.
of the page.
On the map, plus a BPP account.
Okay.
And in my hands, there's only 5 accounts shown on
You-
these sheets.
You are missing some papers then because there's 8 altogether.
They're all there.
Okay.
So I have a question.
Remember, we don't have that one.
If
I
we
know, but there's
use
only
their
5.
369 base number rather than $4.
6, okay.
What was that? Was that do?
It would reduce the value of every property, every parcel.
Approximately that percentage difference?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a good grasp on how to relate that directly.
Okay.
Because it's so far up. The rent's one of the first things that gets put in, and then percentages get applied to it 3 more times. So,
Okay.
Do you disagree with the 369?
it is, 369 is abnormally low for our market. I'm not saying that it's wrong. It might be correct, and I'll be looking into that for modeling our price per square foot in the coming year. I'll just say boat storage price per square foot rental was very consistent in the ones that I saw. And I don't really know how they got to the 369 or if that included vacancy. If that number was already inclusive of vacancy, I don't know.
Can you answer that, Jennifer?
Jennifer? Jennifer?
Did Jennifer leave?
She's off, she's gone.
Jen enough? Jen enough? Bye. Oof.
Did she
I
leave?
still don't- Okay, let me just say, I don't understand. Are we doing these as 1 or 7?
We're trying to figure that out, Mona.
Jennifer, are you back? We lost
I
you.
am sorry. I know I got lost. Sorry.
That's okay. Jennifer, they were asking how you came to the 369 rental rate, square foot.
Did it include vacancies?
We took the gross potential of 1,297,702 and divided that by, we took the leased income, 1,297,702 and divided it by the leased area of 351,300. We don't have a rent roll, so we didn't have the benefit of the occupancy.
So in response to that, applying vacancy after that would be inaccurate.
What now?
Applying vacancy to that ratio would be inaccurate. It's using the actual leased area and the actual leased income. You've already accounted for vacancy. Accounting for vacancy again is unnecessary. It's inaccurate.
I don't know, y'all.
Jennifer?
I think that
We can't confirm or deny. We were using the assumption that it was 100% occupied.
So it would be very abnormal for it to be 100%.
Okay. That answers my question.
Larry stays pretty full over there, though. Just saying.
Point out that that's 92% of our rent rate. 8% vacancy does not sound like a bridge too far. That sounds probably like what their vacancy is. I'm just saying, if you're using the actual amount of money they took in,
yeah,
they've already accounted for vacancy. You're double dipping to add more vacancy on that.
Yeah, I got it. My question is, and if you have no disagreement with that, do you disagree with their answer?
I do. With their valuation?
Yeah.
I do. I disagree with their net operating income based on allowable expenses. They've included too much vacancy because they've done it twice, and their cap rate is too high.
Okay.
I wanted to, I can't see what evidence y'all can see. Do you have the prior year value also? If are we looking at this on an individual account or the overall basis?
We're trying to figure that out.
Oh, okay.
Right,
I'll be quiet.
Overall, but
well, you have the
Can
hearing
I-
of one account.
You cut out, Carla.
The other.
I think Ramona wants to ask a question or something.
Yeah, go ahead, Ramona.
I was just going to ask Jennifer where you got your cap rate from.
Some sales that we had seen.
Do you have those property like sales in our area?
Just in the Aransas area.
But is that in your evidence? I mean, do you have any of those properties?
I didn't send those in my evidence.
Well, no, I know, but I mean,
So what I'm hearing is district has presented their evidence in a standardized manner using assumptions that standard assumptions that they've used for other properties. We've asked the representative for the boat owner, the property owner, some questions. There appears to be maybe a few discrepancies in the data that they have presented. So I'm not seeing that we should change the value.
Yeah, the thing that troubles me is that you were right earlier today when you said that you can't re-engineer this thing in a hearing. I mean, this requires a very detailed examination of each one of the elements to see why they're different.
Especially these group, because these 6, 7 pieces all go together to make one business.
Yes.
And you can't want to individualize them. I see the subject would put them all together. I mean, it's a nightmare.
but one of them that they put in there, Ramona, is their personal property rendition. And that shouldn't, I mean, it wasn't a big number, I don't think, but you know, it shouldn't even be in there.
It's
Number
only
one.
$17,000. And that's gone up from 700 last year.
We're on 19778, right?
I have no idea anymore. Oh,
Anywhere,
yes.
do you know where we are in time? We've told you.
No, essentially this was our time,
This
so
is our
we're
time.
done.
Okay.
But I think we opened it as this account 19778.
Yes.
I would say that there's things that were in there that shouldn't have been included in the income.
Yes.
I think we need to make a ruling and then
Yeah.
it can be.
What I want, and what you would expect that to be is that the district has shown that they have used numbers consistent
They use the same formula for every
consistent
store.
with other vote.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's consistent.
It's consistent. All right. Now, there are things about this that are unique, but they need to be taken up between Jennifer and Eamon. Right? I mean, this needs to be worked
Yes, and I
to a
think,
level of detail that we cannot do here.
yes, and I would say that my belief is that right now, this is not something I can change, that we, the appraisal review board, can change the value on.
No.
Because
agree.
it's too much.
Yes.
So how do you think we should approach this and handle this?
I think that we should make our ruling, and then that will allow Jennifer and Eamon, it will make the property owner or their agent under their direction will then be able to approach it either through the other methods, which is arbitration, I believe. I mean, that's not part of us. But I do know there's another step that they can take, but that's not under my control, under our control. I just think that this is not the appraisal review board. I haven't seen anything that I feel comfortable changing any value on.
I mean, I agree that the appraisal district has certainly taken the same approach to every one of the properties. This is just a unique piece or many pieces of a puzzle.
Yes.
Right, and so therefore, I think that it's one, I don't think any of us are qualified or, you know, there's too much information that needs to be delved into. So therefore, I would like to go ahead and make a ruling so that then the interested party could pursue this further if that's what they want to do.
What they need to do.
The other aspect of it is you made the point that this is a dramatic change from last year, and that the gentleman who owns this is having a problem with the amount that's going to be due. That would have to be taken up with the tax office. We can't deal with that here. There may be solutions to that, but it would have to be with the tax office.
Well, it starts with the assessment.
Right.
Yes, but if he's, you know, if he's going to have to pay a large sum of money, then there are other remedies that can be pursued with the tax office. Do you understand, Jennifer?
I don't understand that we would address anything having to do with the tax office. I believe that we would only address the valuation.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the property owner that would take to the tax office.
My only point was, I thought you made the point that he was having trouble paying the amount. It was a lot of money, but there are other remedies.
No, I simply said that he didn't believe that it was fair for the value to be increased so much in 1 year.
Okay.
And so I think that that's a discussion that needs to take place between the property owner or their agent and the district if they so wish. And I know that once we make a ruling, that it then allows the property owner or their agent to take the next step for that. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion on account number 19778. And looking at the possibility of incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, that the 2020 value that they put on that of $2,766,460 remains at that value for 2020 at $2,766,460.
Second.
Second, yeah.
In favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can we group the rest together and do the same?
Procedurally,
We have to,
it seems like we
unfortunately,
have.
the comptroller requires that we do the swearing in of the
I think we can.
communication thing individually. The documents are identified on the top by property. So
Okay.
we have to do them each.
Gotcha.
I think.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, all of my evidence for each parcel is the same. So I am okay with referring to the testimony for parcel number 19778 at the opening of each of the hearings for each separate parcel. But I would like to know if you're able to consider the request to hear on parcel 58427.
58427.
The one that was, the count number was transposed on our protest.
It's a clerical error.
Huh?
It's just part of the group.
Yeah, to be considered as part of the group, per our letter that you were handed to just recently, requesting that account be considered as well.
Hang on here. It's part of the group, so all we're doing is basically saying that the same evidence applies.
We would like to request that a hearing be opened for that parcel as well.
Just make a ruling on it, Brian.
I don't see any problem with it. It's just one of the group that we're going to go through and refer back to the 19778 testimony.
Okay.
We're just referring back to 19778 testimony.
All right.
So.
But I think, wait, and I'm sorry, I get that it's a clerical error, and I don't have a problem with saying it's a clerical error. It clearly should have been part of every single other, but I'm not sure that, because remember, it's on the agenda, and this isn't my rule. This is per the district's attorney and Scott Hinkle, Skip Hinkle, that it's, remember y'all have said we had to put it at the end of the day, the letters. So therefore, I believe we can rule on this, but I don't believe we can rule on it right at this moment. I think we have to finish all the hearings and then rule on it.
That's fine. And can my affidavit that I've already presented be used as evidence? That way you can have it at the end of the day and consider my evidence that I've already sent in an affidavit.
I'm just trying to, honestly, you know.
Give me the account number and I'll.
There's an affidavit.
Then the answer is yes.
Yeah, they provided us with everything.
So it's on the affidavit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that, it's already on the affidavit. Okay, but I just, Charlie, what I'm saying is I don't think we can rule on this until after we've finished with all these hearings. You follow what I'm saying? Because it's a letter to be read in. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just says that one number was transposed in a series of accounts which correlated to protesting account 54827 when account 58427 should have been protested.
I'm not saying that I'm against giving them, but here's the deal. The district's attorney and our attorney said, remember that, that's why I was like, guys, do we have to put a time? And they said, absolutely, I had to follow the order.
And she just asked if she could use her evidence at that time, if we could just use it then. And her evidence, the right number in it, I think that.
Yes, we already said yes on that.
The moot point.
because it has the account number on there that's appropriate, so.
Okay. Next one.
Okay. Jennifer, the next one is 47310.
Okay.
Okay, we're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-939, account number 47310.
Now, Charlie, okay, and I'm so sorry. I do not mean to interrupt you, but I just need to ask, because I believe when they are owned by the same person and they are the same kinds of property and it's the same piece of evidence to be used, which she testified under oath, that all of this evidence is the same evidence for all these properties. I think we can read all of the account numbers in and do it as one hearing to cover, because they're all the same. The one that we'll have to keep out is the piece that's not just that one, but also the personal, because it is different. Okay, but
We
I
have to have
really,
the sheet read, and we, at the very minimum, we have to have the sheet redone because it's tagged to the case number.
Yeah, let's just, I know it's tedious. Let's just open a hearing for each one, make a motion.
well, I think if she agreed, but here's the deal. I think if she agrees, because we've done this with the property agents.
Charlie's concern was, do they need to be on the same case number, or can they have separate case numbers still?
They would
See,
all
this
be
whole thing-
separate case numbers, but we would read in
Why
all.
don't we just roll?
Okay, however y'all want to do it. I don't care.
Oh, did I open it?
You did.
I did.
Sorry.
All right, members, the protest is not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F and am signing to that effect and am physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
My name is Jennifer Parker. I'm not a licensed appraiser and I am under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District to prove correct.
Jennifer, you want to make a statement?
I would. This is in regards to parcel number 47310. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to refer to my testimony and evidence presented for parcel number 19778.
Okay. Is that all?
That is all.
Okay. So district, do you have any cross-examine or presentation?
I will, out of, I don't personally, I'm not sure of the legal efficacy of referring to testimony from another case. So out of caution, I'm just gonna go through it.
Okay.
Quickly. The property is 47310. It is a boat storage facility. It is valued for 2020 at 47310, the part of a boat storage facility. This is a residential home belonging to the person who owns and operates and maintains the boat storage facility. It is assessed at $174,130. The next page is sales comp grids of similar homes out there at Fulton Outlots. You can see when adjusted, it comes out to a median sale comparison value of $237,993. what you expect to pay for a house like that out there, even though this one is attached to a boat facility. The next is equity, and it just shows that we valued it like we have other brick homes in that area. We have a 4 MV plus, a 5 MV minus, and another 4 MV plus. So the equity value ends up being 175, 105, and our market value 174 thereabouts. Not surprising because they're just all on a schedule. The sales ratio report for this area shows that our weighted mean is 99.3% for homes in this area. And that's all.
Jennifer, did you have any cross-examine or rebuttal?
I have nothing further.
District, do you have a rebuttal?
No.
Protester, you have 1 minute to close.
I have nothing further.
District, you have 1 minute to close.
Nothing further.
Okay, now we have 5 minutes for ARB deliberations.
In light of the previous hearing,
It doesn't matter. This is a home. This is different. This
Okay,
one
it's
piece is different,
Okay.
but I mean, from what I've seen, I think what the district presented, it stands.
yes.
So Ramona, anything different?
No.
Okay, so on account 47310, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and taking into consideration the possibility of an appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal, I make a motion that we leave the 2020 value of the total property at $174,130. I make a motion that we keep it at the 2020 value at $174,130.
I'll second
I-
that.
Favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed. Which one?
You at 47311 or
47311.
940? Yeah, 940.
Yeah, opening hearing on protest number 020-940, account 47311. Our members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of text code section 41.6.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
Jennifer?
My name is Jennifer Parker. I'm under oath and I'm not a licensed appraiser.
I am endorsed to solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
Okay. You want to go?
Sure. The property is 47311. It is buildings that are attached to boat storage facility. This property is valued on a cost and market approach. It's some warehouse buildings and that kind of thing. Last year's value was 120,000. This year it's 165. There was a building added in 2019. They built a new metal building, and subsequently the buildings were redrawn. If you look on the next grid, it's a sales comparison grid of buildings that are in the area. These are, I'm going to be honest with you, the comps aren't great because we're looking for metal buildings in this area, and it's just in an odd place to have a workshop, really. But we can go back up. But so we have a UTSAU compared to residential type homes. But they're all on Lone Star Road, Mesquite Road, that kind of thing. When adjusted, it shows that the equity value is 275. Next is that's the sales comparison value. The equity value is, this is actually title building. This is because we had to find, for sale, we had to find things that actually sold. For equity, this is stuff that we've appraised similarly. It's worth noting that across the board, our warehouse values in this county are probably a little low from what they really are. Might be part of why we don't get sales prices. And it shows 256 is the equity value, and it's currently at 165. So it's well below even what we would put on it normally for whatever reason. The sales ratio report attached is for Fulton Outlots, so it just shows that we're at 99.6%. That's all.
Got it. Okay, so Jennifer, you have 2 minutes for cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
For parcel number 47311, I would like to refer back to the evidence and testimony presented for parcel 19778 in a prior hearing. And that concludes my testimony.
Okay, so district, any cross-examine? Protester, any rebuttal?
I have nothing further.
District closing?
I have nothing.
Protester closing?
I have nothing further.
Okay, so 5 minutes of ARB deliberations. I just want to make sure that everyone's aware, this is not this is not part of the boat warehouses per se. This is the piece, the big structure, maybe structures that are on the piece of property that attaches to the property where the home is. So it's like office and then a big warehouse. So just so y'all are aware, it's not the same as the boat storage. Okay. And I honestly don't see anything to change this. Anybody have a differing opinion? And actually, I think this one piece is extremely fairly priced.
Yeah.
Ramona?
I have nothing.
Okay, so on account number 47311, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of A, where the 2020 value that the appraisal district put on this property was $165,520. I make a motion that this value remains the same for 2020 at $165,520.
Second,
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed.
Okay.
Moving on, opening hearing on protest number 2020-941. Account number 47312.
Thank you. Thank you.
Board members considering the protest have not communicated with anyone of them about the protest. Do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66, tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Garazi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Jennifer?
My name is Jennifer Parker. I am not a licensed appraiser and I am under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Do you want to go first, Jennifer, or you want the district?
I can go first. In regards to parcel number 47312, notified value for 2020 of $1,988,720,000. The 2019 value was $676,610. I refer to parcel 19778 for the evidence and testimony.
Okay, was that
concludes my testimony.
district? You have 2 minutes for questions and then 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, the subject property is 47312, and the value, as stated, is about 1.9 million. It was moved to an income valuation this year with boat storages, part of the boat in. It has 95,000 square feet of net rentable area, and it was given a market rate of $4 a foot, 15% vacancy, and 45% expenses. When rendering it to the net operating income of $174,411, giving it thereby an indicated market value of 1.9 million, 1,988,720. And there's some equity comp showing that we use the same vacancy, lease rate, and cap rate for other boat storages. And I would like to point out that in the, again, as rebuttal to the property owner's agent's evidence, that their calculation is using vacancy 2 times over, a cap rate that the district believes is too high, and that their expenses include those that are not allowed. And that's all.
All right, Jennifer, you've got cross-examine and rebuttal, 2 minutes each.
I have nothing further.
District, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have.
Protester, Jennifer, you've got a minute for closing.
I have nothing further.
District, you have 1 minute closing.
Nothing.
The ARB has 5 minutes to talk about this.
This is a piece of the larger puzzle I suggested remains the same.
All right, so on account, unless somebody has something different, speak now. Nope, okay. So on account number 47312, taking into consideration the incorrect appraised, the possibility of the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, I make a motion that we keep the appraisal district's value of $1,988,720 the same for 2020 at $1,988,720.
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, now, Jennifer,
Yeah.
is 58354 yours?
Current companies?
Yeah. Different property owner, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to finish up the other 2 first?
That would be my preference.
Okay. Where did she go?
Right.
All right, I need 58805. 944. This is just to make you confused. Yeah.
Y'all are spoiled. Beth getting all your papers for you and everything.
You want me to come to your house, Mona?
Mona?
Yes, my husband has a guy at work that does his breakfast every morning. I call him, well, he's Kevin. I say I need a Kevin at my house, and now I need a Beth.
We're going to 2020944.
Gotcha.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. Scott,
We're rolling, we're good.
we're good? Okay. Opening hearing on case number 2020-944, account 58805. Our members are considering the process has not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Picarazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony, all witnesses must be given under oath. Jennifer?
My name is Jennifer Parker. I'm not a licensed appraiser, and I am under oath.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony to present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District.
Jennifer, where would you like to begin? You or Tony?
Let the district go first.
Okay.
The subject property is 58805. It is, appears to be a BPP account for the boat inn. There's no rendition filed in 2020. The overall value is 17,420 last year, and the current value is the current value of this thing.
Are you talking the 17,420?
Yeah, it says last year value. Is that? Oh, I guess that's
Last year was
current.
700, and this year it's 17,420.
Okay. So I'm going to do this. Anyways, this is a BPP account for looks like computers, office furniture, machinery, and equipment. And we rely on property owners to submit renditions. And then what's the last page on there? This is the is it the second part of the card? Oh, the first one's 2019 and this one's 2020. Okay. So the appraised value is 17,420. It looks like last year it was 700, but the year prior it was 17,420. So there may have been a year where for within the BPP account was incredibly reduced. I don't know what happened, but in any case, it stays the same until the property owner renders otherwise.
Oh, they have to submit a sheet too?
Every year, every property owner is required to
Every year.
Got it.
Yeah, every year.
Okay. So if there isn't a sheet rendered, anyway. So Jennifer, you have got, are you done? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Jennifer, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present.
I wanted to ask if the appraisal district values a property on income, do they still carry a BPP account? Or when it switches to income, does the BPP account go away, as it does in many cases, hotels?
So in the case of hotels and motels, there's special rules about that because the real property is the thing generating the income. As far as the BPP for this, I'll tell you that I don't honestly know. I'm not aware that they get an exception like hotels and motels do. It logically makes sense to me that they would, but that's not up to me. I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Okay. So, okay, that was Jennifer. So now district cross-examine, 2 minutes.
That was my cross-examine. Did you want me to present evidence?
Sure, yes.
The subject property is appraised above its market value, and the value at issue in this hearing is excessive and unequal in comparison with similar properties in the appraisal district. I have nothing further.
Okay. All right, so district, cross-examine, and rebuttal, we get 2 minutes each.
I would just like to say one more time that it's not really up to me as an appraiser. It's kind of a matter of law, whether or not this gets allowed as BPP or excluded. And nobody here at the district is under the impression that they get an exception to being included from BPP. So nothing changes.
Okay, so Jennifer, you get 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I have nothing further.
District, you get 1 minute to close. Jennifer, you get 1 minute to close.
I have nothing further.
All right, the appraisal review board gets 5 minutes to discuss. What I would say is that, again, they need, that's something, I don't think we can make a ruling on this, so therefore I'm gonna leave it at the value. That's all I can.
Yeah, the rendition established the value.
Right, and they
If a
didn't turn one in, so that would be.
The rendition is not required, the PPP is not required, that's a legal question.
Right, that's not something, so therefore, we can't make a change.
No.
So based upon what we've heard from, Ramona, you have any differing opinion?
No.
Based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the property owner's agent, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal. Did I say account 58805? That the 2020 value of 17,420, it is not in our powers to change that number. So therefore, I would make a motion that it remains the same for 2020 at $17,420.
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Is Beth there?
Who?
Beth or somebody?
Down here.
The information for case number 945 and 946 aren't in here.
All right, let me go.
And those are our next two cases for,
Go back in. Oh, 3 o'clock. Yeah.
excuse me.
3 o'clock should be the next one.
The chair declares a 2 minute.
Intermission?
Second.
Third. Okay, we're taking a 5 minute,
2 minutes.
a 2 minute quick break.
All right, the evidence was included probably about 30 minutes to an hour ago. Go ahead and go all the way out and go back into the docket. They should bring it out.
3008 is next.
This is
Correct.
3 o'clock document.
No,
I
it
don't know.
isn't.
I pulled 5.
Okay, go all the way out now.
Is that the next one we're doing, or are we done with the
No,
7 on that list?
no.
63008 is next, correct?
Not seeing.
Okay, if I look at the 130 document, it's not in there. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to my, and I went all the way out and I came all the way back in. I do not have 945 or 946. Jennifer,
Yeah,
are you in Houston?
I'm in Dallas.
Oh, you're in Dallas? How is Denton doing for their numbers? My son goes to UNT and, you know, they had already made the, whatever that, the call that, you know, they will be doing in-person classes for the fall, you know, but they did that like a month ago. for the classes that weren't huge labs?
You know, we are having some spikes right now. So I think everybody's kind of waiting to see in the next couple of weeks. Denton is about an hour north of us. I don't know if Denton is having the spikes or not. I do know that I heard that the Denton, the division of the Denton Appraisal District, they had closed that building. They have commercial and residential in two different buildings, and they had closed that building temporarily and had people working from home. So I don't know. I have a daughter that goes to Texas State, and we are kind of wondering the same thing. Of course, we just signed a lease on an apartment.
I know, and it's like almost $1,000 a month, and I'm like going, okay, I'm hoping if he doesn't go that, you know, it's,
yeah,
I don't know, this is all, it's so bizarre.
it is. I'm really ready for this to be over, to be honest with you.
Aren't we all? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, and for us, for our property tax cases, to try to figure out what each appraisal district is doing and how we're supposed to do things, it's been a really, really unusual year, to say the least.
No kidding.
Did you see it?
Are you on Zoom, Jennifer?
I think I am. I think I called in on Zoom because they gave me a different number. I was going to comment that it is a lot easier for me to understand what Miss LeBlanc says than anybody else. It's
Yes.
The reception is much clearer.
Yes, she called in like you did, and we discovered that yesterday. And so that's why we're trying whenever we can to let her clarify to you when you indicate that you didn't hear.
Yeah.
But
that is cool. But I was going to give you that feedback because it's so much easier to understand her than you all.
Yeah.
Right, you're real clear and they're muffly.
Yeah, she's using home internet, you're using your office internet. And our office's internet is partially done by carrier pigeon, so it doesn't work very well.
the truth.
You see it on the tablet?
The beach is closed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, it's on our tablets
Okay,
now.
I'll do it over there.
Ramona, look back now, it's on mine.
I got it.
Sorry, technical issue.
Woo. And technical, not only on this equipment, but also on this equipment.
Oh, Jennifer, she's dealing with an old guy. You know?
Well, I don't know. All of us are old then, Charlie. We're all in, except for Eamon, he's the child.
Yeah, he's a
We're
kid.
hydrated.
Eamon's the child.
Well, I'm old too. I have 3 grandchildren.
Goodness, that's awesome.
I have 2 boys. They're grandkids.
Oh, you do? My daughter just had twins in April, and my son's wife had a little girl a year ago. So mine are very young.
Very young.
I hope you live near your it was your daughter that had twins?
Yes, yes.
You live near her, so you're able, like you're already see her, so you can still see her now?
Yes. In fact, I quarantined at their house for a month before the twins were born to make sure, because I was going to be able to help, that first month, but only if I was quarantined with them. They were born April 23rd. Nobody was able to go to the hospital other than her husband. So it's been a really, really unusual time for us, and we're all adjusting to it.
Okay.
Jennifer, where are you?
Pardon?
Dallas.
You're
I'm in Dallas. Yes, I live in a suburb of Dallas, and my daughter also lives in a suburb of Dallas, about 20, 25 minutes away.
That's not bad.
No, it's not bad at all. And then my son lives about 10 or 15 minutes away. So he has the 1-year-old, and then my daughters, the twins are about 2 months old, a little over 2 months old.
My goodness.
That's awesome.
Okay. This is the last one that we have. of
No,
the
we got one more after this.
2 more, 945 and 44.
6,
4,
3,
6.
8 is the last one that we have because we don't have 5, 8, 4, 7.
Huh?
I'm running down the list of those that were associated with this.
No, but there's
He's got one more property, 946, right below this one.
We got more properties, but
Yes.
there's only one more associated with
No.
the boat.
With this parcel, yes.
He's got 946, 945.
946 is not part of the boat.
Not part of the boat storage.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so 945, 944, and then there's. That's
We
it.
did not
That's it.
before
So
the
2
last
more
one.
for the boat.
We just did not before.
Okay, so never mind.
Yes, we just did.
One
You're
more.
right, Charlie.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, opening hearing on
Oh,
protest number 2020-5. Account number 63008. Our members of the protest have not communicated with anyone. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Oh, I, Cindy, I solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas. Uh-oh.
Let's see it.
You, Elizabeth Picarazzi.
Oh,
All
hi,
testimony,
Elizabeth Picarazzi. I am also located in Rockport, Texas.
all testimony, all witnesses must be given under oath.
Yeah,
Jennifer?
we're good.
My name is Jennifer Parker. I'm not a licensed appraiser, and I'm under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true, correct?
Cindy? Jennifer, you want to go first?
Yeah. For
Okay.
parcel 63008, I would like to refer to the evidence and testimony presented earlier in the hearing for parcel 19778.
Okay.
Okay, and that's it.
That's it.
So district, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, the subject property is parcel ID 63008. It's a section of Boat Inn, it's a boat storage facility. The value last year was $437,430. The value this year is $429,180. It was moved to an income valuation approach. The value year over year went down, whereas the whole property went significantly up because several structures that were on this account were corrected to be moved to an account that's nearby. They were just on the wrong, they were allocated incorrectly last year. The property has a net rentable area of 20,128, given $4 per year of market rent, 15% vacancy, and 45% expenses for net operating income, $37,639 contributed by these buildings. giving them an indicated value of $429,180. And there are 3 other boat storage facilities that are showing, we use the same $4 a foot, 15% vacancy and 45% expenses and 7% cap rate that was then loaded to get there. And I just want to point out that in the property owner agent's evidence, they included the vacancy twice in their calculation of net operating income, and there were unallowable expenses, and the district believes the cap rate is too high. And that's all.
Okay. So Jennifer, now it's protester cross-examined 2 minutes and protester rebuttal 2 minutes.
I have nothing further.
District, you have 2 minutes. Okay. Jennifer, you've got a minute to close.
I have nothing further.
Damon, you've got a minute to close. All right, we have 5 minutes. I make a motion based upon what we heard from the appraisal district and from the agent for the property owner, taking into consideration the possibility of incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of appraisal. My motion is that we 2020 appraisal district valuation of $429,180, that we leave it at $429,180 for 2020.
Second.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Hearing is closed. Okay. Now we're gonna go back to,
Is this 946, Charlie, or?
We need 946 in there. It's still not in there.
It isn't? It
No.
is on the sheet. So,
Oh, it was,
but it's,
Yeah.
it was what? It was taken off?
There was one that they weren't an agent of record, and then the one that they protested by accident.
946 is
So
probably
she-
64804, and it's not part of the grand scheme of things, but it's been taken off.
It's on.
I've got it on the paper.
Yeah, it's on the printout because we did the printout
It's not legitimate.
before.
So she's not the agent on record.
Exactly.
Okay, so just
Scott, back to you on that. Can you look that copy up?
okay, but there was, wasn't there that
Well, we got some ones that we skipped over.
942 is his?
686. Yeah. 685.
685 and 686.
Yeah. There we are, 685. Yeah, 685 and 686.
Okay, could you just verify not having any support?
And for 942,
Yes,
that's Larry.
There's no A.
942.
And so we do have one for this one. The one to 940.
You've got stuff in there.
Yeah, we have 942.
Yeah.
We're gonna go
Want to
to
do next?
We're gonna, no, we're 685. 685, that's the one you got out here.
Mhm.
That's what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Account number 58354. You okay, Scott?
Sure,
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, opening a hearing on 2020-685, account number 58354. Now, we're gonna have to go through the. Perfect. There are members who concerning the protest has not communicated with anyone about the protest. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect, and I'm physically located in Texas.
Okay, so Jennifer, oh, I'm sorry.
And witnessing Ramona's signature, I also am located in Texas.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear that the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board, the Aransas County Appraisal District, is true and correct.
Jennifer?
My name is Jennifer Parker. I'm not a licensed appraiser and I am under oath.
Jennifer, do you want to go first or you want the district to go first?
I can go first.
Okay.
The property owner provided us with his cost to build on this property, and it is in the evidence on the last page of the evidence for this packet. He provided us his cost at $150,690.50 for a new building. And we took that value and added it to the land value, and that's how we came up with the value of $210,065.83. That concludes my testimony.
All right, district, you've got 2 minutes to cross-examine and 5 minutes to present.
Okay, I have no question for crossing. I'll just go into my evidence. Okay, this is account 58354. It is a self-storage facility, primarily climate controlled, and it is a new building for the year. It wasn't, the property value last year was $30,000 because it was just land. There used to be improvements on here before the hurricane. The different owner, the improvements were blown away, and they acquired it to add on to their storage. Current value is notice value, I'm sorry, was $597,700. Scroll down. We'll look at the photo. Okay, so this is in Fulton. This is part of Stowaway Self-Storage. If you're heading out of town towards Lamar, it's on your left.
That's Stowaway?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It has a little driveway, and then in the back here, there's, this is actually a separate parcel. This used to be owned by a construction company using it, and now they expanded their business onto it. So there is the building. That's it's primarily climate-controlled storage units on the inside, but there are what we call traditional storage units on the edge that are not climate-controlled and have outdoor access.
And the other 3 buildings you're looking at in that parcel are owned by different people?
They're not. They're owned by the same person. They're part of the same facility. There's actually 5.
Okay.
So, but this account is comprised of that.
It's just that building.
Just as one.
That's building F.
Referred to as building F. Okay. I wish you had been there when I tried to figure that out. Okay. This is a self-storage and climate controlled. It's different than traditional self-storage, not in its capitalization rate, but in its rent. Obviously, it costs more to rent climate-controlled self-storage, and it costs more to run climate-controlled self-storage. The gross building area is 8,625, and the rate is $13 per foot per year, which was derived from other self-storage facilities here in Aransas County, as well as nearby places, nearby counties. The vacancy was at 15%, and the expenses are at 45%. If this sounds familiar, it's because this is sort of industry standard. This is what you would expect for a self-storage. The other ones were sort of built off of, but this is what you would expect for vacancy and for expenses. So it down gives you a net operating income of $52,418, indicated value of $597,700. And on the last page, you can see there is a equity, and it says that the built property is still listed as Hardesty Builders, but it's now part of Stowaway Storage. It's new for 2020, and it shows we treated them the same as every other climate-controlled self-storage. That being said, after this evidence packet was made, further information was given, and it was after, normally there'd be a settlement offer here, but this evidence packet was prepared before this was even considered. So if we go back up to the image, go to the gross or the net rentable area on this is the exterior dimension. On a traditional self-storage unit, that is the net. We're talking about 1/8 of an inch of metal making up the wall. On a climate-controlled storage, there's significant insulation, and there's hallways. So the hallway space and the walls and the air conditioning unit that takes up part of the building all needs to be taken into account in what's called building efficiency. So the net rentable area of this building and the rate for these being not climate controlled needed to be taken into account. So we can go to the property and tax. And click on values. I feel like I might be running low on time. Go to income.
You still got 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Yep. And details.
Keep in mind, it's hard for me to see this from here.
Yeah, I feel you. And let's go to see if it's in settled. Scroll down. Check actual. Is it written in the actual tab? Great. Go to direct tab. Check on that. Okay, it's not really either. All right, well, unfortunately, I'm going to have to work off of memory here, but there was an offer made to the property owner agent, settle this at a value for this one of, if my memory serves correctly, $483,000, which was rejected by the property owner.
483,000?
183,000.
And that's just for that one building.
Yes.
And your lower offer would have been for used net square footage is actually rentable.
Right. Okay. And some of it isn't climate control. Some of it is traditional. Okay. And they're charging less rent for it. You can see there's a discrepancy, and you can see they're charging less for those than they are for the climate control ones. Okay. They're worth less.
And also, did you take into consideration that the alleyway in between the F and E, that there are no outdoor units in that alleyway because it's too close?
They actually gave us the rent roll for this. So I used the actual listed, it's X number of 10 by 10s, X number of 5 by 8s, or whatever it was, to arrive at that.
Okay. And, okay. So, Jennifer, you have 2 minutes to ask questions and then 5 minutes for presentation. Oh, wait, no, you had some, I'm sorry. You've got I'm sorry. You've got 2 minutes for cross-examination.
The only question I would have asked would be if, when the properties are this new, are they typically work on cost or on income? I would assume it would take a little while for the income producing property to lease up and get to a stabilized point.
It is, I've been personally advised by people doing self-storage that if they don't hit at least 85% occupancy within the first 2 calendar years, that it's considered an oversaturated market. The lease-up period on self-storage is incredibly small. There's not much barrier to entry. This one does have some vacancy, but it's sort of proportionate with the turnover you see in this kind of thing anyway. They'll all be worked on income from now on.
Okay, so we do represent other mini storages and in multiple markets, and what one of our biggest clients is telling us that it's been taking him about 4 years to stabilize, but that would be all I would mention.
Well, I would reply to that. It's perhaps that they're building extremely large facilities. Class A self-storage facilities there's nothing even close to that in Aransas County.
Gotcha. I have nothing further.
Okay. So district, you've got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I would just like to point out that the evidence provided by the property owner's agent was on a cost basis, and both comptroller audits of our appraisal and real market activity has shown that that's not a reliable approach to value to get accurate values on self-storage units.
But are you willing to stand by the 483?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have a question now. Oh, am I allowed to ask any questions yet? Sorry about that. So you're saying on January 1st it was full?
No.
So,
I'm saying the first, if somebody were to buy it, that they would be paying for it, assuming that it had a normal amount of market vacancy.
Wait, they would be paying for that building, assuming the price they would pay would be minus the rent, the ones that weren't rentals, or I'm not understanding. I'm sorry.
I've never seen a sale fee appraisal that took into account actual vacancy during a lease-up period. It's insignificant compared to the fact that the holding period for these things is like 5 to 10 years. So it may take a year to get up to speed, but it's going to get full.
I kind of am like, I kind of feel like, I don't know that it would be, I mean, if we're doing, what do you have for the vacancy rate?
15%.
And that's straight across the board with all of them, right?
Yes. That's stabilized.
Well, I'm just like, I don't know. You know, it's new.
That's not an unreasonable consideration, in my opinion. If that was offered to me by the property owner or their agent, I would have been amenable to considering that. I was told that the property owner wouldn't sign off on anything in excess of a 10 or 15% increase from last year.
Well, from last year was 0.
All we had was land last year.
Yeah, the property owner is wanting his cost to be considered as the value because of his cost to build.
And my rebuttal to that would be that if it was worth what it cost him to build it, he wouldn't have built it.
It's only worth it.
Right, because then you just spent time and you ended up with nothing.
So, and Eamon, I mean, and I'm certainly not the expert on this, but I'm familiar with that building and how big it is or isn't or what. And I'm just saying, it surprises, but this is based upon, I have no idea what storage buildings sell for or anything. I know what they rent for because I rent 10 different units in places.
Right.
Okay. It's just like, I just am like, wow, that costs 500, the value on that is 597 for that one building.
Sure. Go ahead and scroll down to the.
And I'm sorry, it's just like, wow.
We're not the,
Kind of, it's breathtaking.
Yeah,
that is that number right there.
well, okay, and that is the,
The capitalization. So what they're saying is, this thing's making $52,000. It's really making less. We've already talked about that with the rentable area. But to your point, how much is 52,000 worth? Well, it's worth almost $600,000 if it's a self-storage. And what causes that is people who are buying these things see them as extremely reliable sources of income. They're very, very regular sources of income. There's people in competitive markets paying less than 5% cap rates on self-storage units, which would make this thing worth probably in excess of $1
lower
million
equals higher.
for the same amount of income. Because they're fighting over this very, I mean, it's safer in some cases than other types of investment. That being said, our 7% cap rate is from CoStar based on sales of storage units. We're happy to adjust that as the market shows, but again, the fact that it's vacant for this year, vacancy is high, that's not an unreasonable consideration. Whatever proportion that is, I'll leave up to y'all. I'm fine either way.
So you would consider vacants? I mean, well, actually, we have our role, but you're saying you would have, had there been more discussion, maybe there would have been more consider. That whole issue could have been discussed possibly.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Once again,
I still think that this is a large amount. And I not great with it, but I could go with the 483 that the district's already offered to the subject.
yeah, I agree.
I agree, yeah, the net rentable because of the insulation and the thicker walls and everything, that's a reasonable accommodation to the property owner.
And at least it's a place to start. So I'm going to make a motion based upon what we've heard from the appraisal district and from the agent or the property owner on account number 58354, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, where in 2020, the appraisal district put a value of $597,700. I move that we lower that value for 2020 to $483,000.
Second,
That.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed. Moving on to case number 2020-686, account 65056. Our members considered the protest and not communicated with anyone. I tell scholars do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F, and I'm signing to that effect. And I'm physically located in Texas. Beth?
Elizabeth Picarozzi, do notarize Ramona's signature, and I'm also located in Texas.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Jennifer?
My name is Jennifer Parker. I am not a licensed appraiser, and I'm under oath.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Jennifer, who would you like to go first?
I would like the district to go first, please.
All right.
Subject property is parcel ID 65056. Last year, it had a market value based on a cost approach of 905,460. This year, the notice value is 2,930,190. This is stowaway self-storage. It has its buildings A through E. And if you scroll down a little bit to the picture, sorry. Quite a few buildings here. What you have is several buildings which are primarily climate controlled, but there's some not climate controlled scattered throughout. Self-storage units, a leasing office up front. It's built kind of like a residential home, but it's a leasing office, little concrete driveway, fence, security, that kind of thing. A section of land that's basically treed with a walkway. It's fairly decorative, but and then this is an industrial type workspace for a tenant. This is actually being rented to somebody who's running a business out of this that's creating this sort of scrapyard of stuff. Looks like they're doing some kind of heavy machinery repair or something of that nature. Then this business is renting all of this. It's all one thing.
Wait, which business?
Stowaway is these mini storages, this leasing office, this vacant land, and this guy's workshare.
So Stowaways is also renting that land and that
Yes.
building.
Yes.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, so we have a gross building area of 1,265. The building area did not include the workshop because I assumed when I was looking at it that the property owner was using it for something. I wasn't aware that it was intended. They're given $13 a foot of lease rate for their climate controlled units, 15% vacancy and 45% expenses. And that gives a net operating income of $220,400 for a capitalized value of, oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. There is excess land value. So that's $344,000. That's the value of the land that's not storage. Everything there on the left side. And that gives you a total value of $2,930,190. And here's other self-storages that are large, climate controlled self-storage, valued similarly. $13 a foot per year lease rate, vacancy of 15%. Their expenses, again, are shown in the dollar figure. I got this to show as a percent in other cases eventually, but this is 45%. Cap rate is 7, and that gives you their indicated values over here. Additionally, we go back to the picture. The property owners showed us their rent roll, and it included the actual rentable area for these climate controlled buildings, which takes into account the walls, the hallways, air conditioner, the units taken up by the air conditioner, and the office is not included. It's contributory value of the units. Basically, they're nice climate controlled units. You would expect them to have a leasing office. It's all one thing. And this is generating income, which is helpful to the district to know what that is. But all of this land is being used by this guy renting. So this land isn't really excess usable land for the storage units. It's being capitalized. It's being used in rent. This guy isn't just renting this building, he's renting all of this. They're letting him use it. And then this has been improved with some paved stones and trees that obviously they're valuable. You know, it's part of what makes it nice. So this, I don't believe, is actually excess land. It would be a shame to see any of this storage unit stuff. As a result of the adjustment for net rentable area in these buildings and the excess land value over here, An offer was made to the property owner's agent for $1.6 million
For the whole thing?
for this whole thing. That means that all of Stowaway self-storage with this large chunk here and the other little piece is about $2 million. And I completely believe in that number. I think that if you could buy this whole facility and this income stream for 2.1 million, you feel pretty good about it. But I think that that's an appropriate adjustment to our model. And next year, those same adjustments are going to be built into building efficiencies for climate controlled storage and for this property as far as their excess land.
I'm sorry, I missed something when I was writing. Did you say you offered 6 million
Yes.
instead of 2 point?
Yes, sir.
Wait, you offered that value?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said somebody offered him 6 million.
No, I agree. Be fair value.
Instead of 2.9.
Instead of 2 point. That's correct.
Okay, and can I ask one more? And I'm sorry, you probably said it. That front piece of property that you're saying is beautiful, did you give that land value as far as for being a wooded, pretty piece of property?
No.
Okay.
I actually think that it's contributory to their ability to rent out the rest of these units. That the rent they can demand, their vacancy are all going to, if they turn this into a parking lot, people will be affected by it and how they rent these things. I don't think that it would be prudent to take this and stick 2 more buildings on it.
Got it.
And level it.
Okay.
It shouldn't be messed with. Basically, it's at its highest and best use as vacant land contributing to the value of these storage units and obscuring this thing from the highway.
All right, then one last question for building, okay, so building E, if they weren't done constructing that building on January 1st, does that come into any sort of play? If it wasn't finished?
Absolutely.
On January 1st?
Yes, absolutely.
Did they present you with any evidence to
They
that?
gave me their rent roll. It had tenants in it for years ago.
From years ago? Okay.
Yeah. This is the oldest one, and then they built this one, and then this one, this one, this one. So. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so Jennifer, you've got 2 minutes and then 5 minutes.
Okay, we presented our income and expense statement along with a rent roll and did an income pro forma on the property. The property owner has asked us to request the value that was on the property for last year of $905,460,000, and that is the owner doesn't think that the property should have taken such a big increase due to the changing of the valuation method by the district. He is requesting, he is reporting a lower NOI than what the district was reporting, and the depreciation is high due to the condition and the location of some of the older buildings, and therefore we were using a higher cap rate. And the expenses are typically higher, as you all know, because it's climate control.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
Nope, that concludes my testimony.
Okay. So, district, you've got 2 minutes.
I don't really have anything to cross-examine. I guess I have rebuttal in closing, right?
Yes.
I guess all I would point out is that part of the reason we're valuing this on income is because we're falling on our face getting to actual market values, doing them on cost. And that the odds that somebody could get this storage unit from the owner for $1 million or for even 1.2 million is essentially zero. He's not gonna do it. He's gonna keep it and keep making money, because the money he could make with that money that he receives for his property, it won't be the same as what he's getting now. That's why the value's higher. And I do just want to point out that even though they were noticed at 2.9, 1.6 is, we're recommending that for sure. And the information they gave us will help valuing everybody's properties next year.
Okay, so Jennifer, you've got, did you want to use your 2 minutes of rebuttal or district? I'm sorry.
No.
Raymond? Okay, so Jennifer, you've got 2 minutes of rebuttal.
I have nothing further.
Okay, and excuse me, I'm sorry. District, you have 1 minute to close.
I have none.
Jennifer, you've got 1 minute to close.
I have nothing further.
Okay, so now we have 5 minutes to come up with our value and to deliberate.
What did you say you offered him, Ian?
1.6. One.
Yeah. 1.6?
Yes.
Where's the?
I have a question. Can we go back to the pictorial picture and the district evidence? You mentioned you captured all this value. How is this piece of property accounted for in your 2.9?
In the 2.9 valuation?
Yeah.
It
That's
was,
that excess.
this was considered to be attached in some way to whatever operation he's running over here.
Okay.
I assumed that the property owner, this belonged to them. Because they own this land, they were using their land for whatever he wanted to use.
Okay.
And this thereby was excess land. Basically, it would be better if instead of putting his stuff in, he had put a couple more climate controlled units. That would be a much better idea.
Right.
But it turns out this is a tenant. He's renting this to somebody. And this tenant isn't just taking up his building, they're taking up this entire chunk of it. So their rent, which is per foot, is much lower than a climate controlled unit, is astronomically lower because he's getting basically like an acre of land. Right. And he's paying a much lower relative price per year. But our 1.6 valuation took into consideration that income and the adjusted income of the traditional units and the climate controlled units in their proportions. Okay. It took a little while to arrive at that number, and the excess land value of this was just taken out because I don't think that this could be used to better purposes.
That answers my question. So the income that he's getting from this is somehow accounted for.
It is.
Okay.
Now, percentage wise, this is a much better source of income than that is.
Yeah.
But,
Because you didn't count that as air conditioned and all that.
it's not.
Because it is not.
I wanted that having this information will help us know what warehouses should be valued.
Okay. Well, from everything I've seen, I personally, I think I'd be comfortable with the 1.6. And then, if they want to carry it further and get down in dirty and find some other stuff, that would be between them. But as far as this, it's kind of like the 1.6.
The 1.6 is extremely reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, okay, so based on property number account number 65056, and looking at the possibility of the incorrect appraised market value and the possibility of the appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, and the appraisal district had put a valuation of $2,930,190 on the 2020 value. I make a motion that we lower that value for 2020 to now read 1,600,000.
Second,
I'll second that.
in favor?
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed. 9:42.
Do you have one more parcel besides the one that I sent the letter on?
9:42. 54013,
Yes,
106 Pebble Creek.
yeah, and
That's what we're.
I sent an affidavit on that, and if you notice on the affidavit, I indicated that I did not intend to appear at the hearing.
Right.
So you can use that affidavit in lieu of me proceeding.
You want us to let you go, Jennifer?
Well, I've really enjoyed our time together.
Sweetheart, listen, we got a problem here. We
You
got
have
the
a problem?
we got the letter for the clerical error. Now, if
Yeah.
we can't deal with the letter until after the base hearings are over for the day.
Okay.
We deal with the letter and we agree we make agree that it was a clerical error.
Mhm.
Go ahead and do the hearing, then you need to make your speech.
Let me interject.
Yeah,
They
go
can't
ahead.
do the hearing today. Our office manager has told us that we do not have the AOA on hand for this. So it's
Oh.
gonna need to be scheduled for a later date.
Okay. All right.
The appointment of agent is attached to the letter.
Right, I'm just telling you what they're telling me.
Y'all just haven't updated it yet. Okay, that's fine.
I think what Val said also is we need the 15-day waiver signed. The letter will not work. We actually need the waiver.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
And she said she
All
emailed
right.
that to Adrian.
yeah, I think the letter says that they're willing to waive it, but it doesn't actually say that they are willing.
I've been overridden, Jennifer. It's gonna have to be rescheduled.
I'm willing to run with whatever y'all decide. But
Okay.
the authorization form is attached to the letter, and if you need me to sign something in addition to that, please let me know, and I will do that as well.
I will tell the city.
I have a 15-day waiver I can send if I need to do that.
Okay.
All right, so now on 54013, she's saying she
can do it by affidavit.
The affidavit.
She said she's ready for the weekend.
It has been a pleasure spending the afternoon with you, Jennifer.
It sure has. Hopefully
Thank
next
you,
year we'll
Jennifer.
have. Hopefully next year we'll be in live and in person, right?
Yeah.
God, I hope so.
Yes.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
Y'all have a great day. What's rest of what's left?
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
She's like, I'm done. We wore her out.
Oh, I don't know who wore who on.
Careful, Charlie.
Okay.
You ready?
So are we doing 548 or 943 or what?
54013.
54013.
Let me go.
Oh, I got it because we're done.
Okay. We're opening a hearing on protest number 2020-942, account 54013. This is an affidavit hearing. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. The people present are myself, Charlie Powers, Cindy Duck, Ramona LeBlanc by Zoom, and Robert Dayton. Here, we do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66.
I, Cindy Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Ramona LeBlanc, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F, and am signing to that effect, and am physically located in Texas.
I, Elizabeth Pecorazzi, am notarizing Ramona's signature. I also am located in Texas.
All testimony all witnesses must be given under oath. I'm assuming the protester is under oath as they have signed the affidavit.
I, Amon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Property owner's affidavit of evidence is given to Aransas County for account number 54013. Property owner is Larry Pierce, mailing address P.O. Box 1452, Fulton, Texas 78258. The property description, the site address is 106 Pebble Creek Drive in Rockport, Texas 78382. The reasons for protest are incorrect appraised market value and value is unequal compared to other properties. The evidence attached comprises 2 pages. Section 5 says facts or arguments to help resolve their case. The owner thinks the property is overappraised based on market and equal and uniform. The property owner's agent does not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by conference call. His affidavit and the evidence and or argument submitted with it may be used as they're not appearing in person. This was signed in Collin County by Jennifer Parker on June 30th, 2020, and it was notarized by Amy Carnes there in Collin County. The evidence includes the appointment of agent for the property owner and lists the appraisal district's account number 54013 and the site address of 106 Pebble Creek, and the agent's contact information, P.O. Box 496689, Garland, Texas 750496689. And they're qualified to represent them for all property tax matters, signed by Larry Pierce, the owner of the subject property. That's all they submitted.
Okay.
Okay, so for the district's evidence, this is parcel ID 54013. It's a condo in this Pebble Creek Street area. And these are mostly like duplex setup type things, and they're condoized. Extremely uniform neighborhood. These all look exactly the same. The property was purchased by the property owner in 2016. Last year's value was $143,740, and the value this year is $164,590. Value was raised in the improvement due to sales in the area. This is subject property, little condo. Okay, the sales grid shows properties that sold in the last year. 151 Pueblo Drive sold for $5,000. 105 Sugar Creek sold for $168,000. 109 Santa Fe sold for $165,000, and 115 Santa Fe sold for $166,000. The median of these is $166,231. The subject property is valued at $164,590. It's just such a congruent, tight little neighborhood. Our equity shows 4 other comps that are same. First two of which are to the dollar exactly the same. They're 164,620 because they have the same class type, same square footage. They were built in the same year, and they're in the same condition. And the last two comps are slightly different because they were built the year following. So they're 1 year newer. So they are $2,000 more. So they're old enough to start getting depreciation, but the equity value on that is $164,998, which is $400 over what we have on it. And the last thing I want to mention is if you go to the second to last page on here, this is our sales ratio report for all of the country. And not only is this neighborhood really easy to figure out because of how congruent everything is, and that we had sales over last year, this number often doesn't get looked at very much. It's too broad. But this number shows that we're at 99.9% in the country club. This year, if we had a better grip on what that was normally like, this year that number is really good in a lot of our neighborhoods because the two of our appraisers who did the residential land and buildings did a completely different way of getting your data. The data this year was just ignored a lot of junk data and a lot of noise that was artificially reducing our values and making our sales ratios look really bad because we thought it was fine using the consideration values from deeds. And in reality, that number is always missing their down payment. So when being able to do it without doing that just took a little bit of legwork to get more data, but the end result is a lot of our neighborhoods just look way better this year and should be a little bit more future-proof. But anyways, that's all for that one.
Just out of curiosity, do you know if this is the 1 or 2 bedroom? I'm just curious.
I think that they're all 3 bedrooms, and the third one is has an external door and it can be rented. It has like an entrance in the garage and in the house, so you can have a tenant that can be kept out of the main area. But
so
it's for like if you need a carer to live with you, or if you want to lease it out to help pay your mortgage or whatever.
So that building that you can see in your pictometry.
Yeah.
Okay, the aerial view.
Pictometry, the brand new.
Okay. Oh, is that John Jackson's building, and then next to it is that what used to be Artis, but now it's owned by what's his name? Engineer. Okay. See the big building with the big roof?
Yes.
That's John Jackson, huh?
It's an office complex.
Is the street to them is Henderson? I mean trailer.
Ace Hardware is right now.
Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. I know exactly where that is.
I don't know who John Jackson is. I know I used to pay rent for an office.
Paul Lipke, the engine. He's an.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Okay. All right. So I mean, there's no hurricane. Is there any mention of a hurricane or any, damage still that needs to be addressed from the, I didn't see anything from them.
54013.
No, the only evidence they submitted was the property.
That
owner.
is all of the,
Yeah, they did 3 different ones on like the same property.
I think that it should remain the same.
I did too.
And 54013 says it needs an FMA.
That was from the beginning, but she sent in some AOS.
So this is all new.
yeah,
Yeah.
it unfortunately got written on in the front office, and we shouldn't be writing on the protest, so please ignore any writing on there.
Okay.
So I make a motion on account number 54013, based upon what we heard from the appraisal district and from what was submitted by the property owner or their agent, taking into consideration the possibility of an incorrect appraisal, market value, and the possibility of an appraisal ratio exceeding the median level of the appraisal, where the appraisal district put a 2020 value at 164,590. I make a motion that this number remains the same, that it remains at 164,590 for 2020.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's all.
Is that all of them?
That's all.
That was a full day.
Ah.
So we go to letters.
Did she bring us that letter? Oh, we are.
So we're not doing 943 or 946.
No, one of them's the wrong number and one of them
Right.
doesn't have an AOA.
Technically, we don't have an AOA.
Oh,
Because
okay.
one of them is
Yeah.
something.
Oh, here we go. Do you want to read it, Charlie?
I want to see what we got. She said we had an AOA with it. AOA is attached to it. No, it's not.
What's that?
I don't see an AOA.
She said there's an AOA attached to the letter.
Oh, you know what it is, Charlie? It's on that, wait, go back to, what was that first account number? Because there was an AOA there and she listed all the, was it listed also on that same AO?
But it would have been the wrong number. Probably.
Well, yeah, if she had put in AOA in that email, we would have applied it to the account. There's no protest on that account.
Right.
So that is a letter like other people write to y'all requesting a acceptance of a late protest.
Yes.
Even if she made a clerical error?
That's fine. Yeah, the legitimate reason for doing that was a clerical error, right?
Well, on their end,
Yeah.
we didn't.
Yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it's up to y'all.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't give you any heartburn in coding.
You mean if y'all were to, I guess I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
There's no problem with us.
No, because we haven't approved the appraisal records for 2020. We have until then. That's what I was trying to say earlier. We have until the day we approve the appraisal district's records, okay? And it's not breaking the law, it's not being rogue.
So go ahead.
So we can approve if we feel like they gave us just cause.
Yeah.
Okay, so while I'm like, ugh, but I mean, because of what our prior discussions, okay, but in this, it's kind of like, you know what? I mean, they did all the others. I see it. I'm just gonna go with the group to keep peace, or whatever, if that makes sense.
So we have a request, essentially a request for here. Yeah.
No, that is exactly what this is.
Yeah.
This is exactly just like that whole
Okay,
stack.
so they mentioned in the letter, here's an AOA, but they didn't attach.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because we're not
Unless
doing.
Unless we give them a hearing and then they have to provide that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because we're not doing the hearing today, it just doesn't matter. That part, but this is just like that stack of letters that I read the other day. All right, so July 1st.
There's one more letter.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, go ahead.
Please accept this letter as a formal request to open a formal hearing for account 58427. We adequately identified our intent to file a protest on all accounts of the vote-in. We would like to request the property be worked as one economic unit and all accounts that make up the economic unit be heard. One number was transposed in the series of accounts which correlated to protesting account 54827 when account 58427 should have been protested. It would be difficult to make a ruling on the total value on this property without including this account 58427. Please accept this protest. We will waive our right, but it doesn't say we are waiving our right to a 15-day notice. If possible, we would like this account to be heard with the other accounts in the economic unit, which of course we can't do that because of our procedures, but we could grant them to be heard on this account. American Property Services, Jennifer at American Property.
And I recommend that we.
I don't know that you,
Yeah, they need to have a hearing. It's a clerical error. We understand it. Let's go ahead and give them
To have a motion.
go ahead.
I move that. I move that we grant a hearing for account 58427 on behalf of American Property Services for the owner, Adrian Parker. Okay.
Second.
I'll second it.
Go ahead and second it. She
I'll
did.
second it.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And then there's one more. Thank you. July 1st, attention appraisal review board. I, Brett Patton, am writing to notify you that I have not received our 2019. Okay, I, Brett Patton, am writing to notify you that I have not received 2019 appraisal for residents at 28 Sand Dollar Drive, B2, Rockport, Texas. I have contacted the Aransas County Appraisal Office and have confirmed the correct mailing address, but at this time, we still have not received our appraisal. Please consider this letter as our formal notification for a review to dispute the appraised value of our unit on Sand Dollar Drive. This must be one of those condos.
I guess. So
Sand Dollar
he's
has.
disputing his value that he doesn't know yet because he hasn't gotten his.
But last year?
Yeah, I think he just was I think people are confused if they're paying for 19 or 12.
Yeah.
And so regardless, same question.
He claims he didn't get anything this year, right? Is that how you interpret it?
Yes, that's the way
He didn't get anything this year. But he verified the address.
Yes. If he verified the address, why didn't he ask for it then?
Do you know, Val, is there any reason why he may not have been sent that? I mean, or may not have received it? I mean, is it an address problem or is that an issue or?
He said he verified the address.
Okay.
We send out notices to everyone.
Okay. With the address of record, whatever that is, okay.
Well.
Yeah, the assumption has to be that it went out to that address.
Right.
I will qualify, I believe if it's $500 or less. This too.
Is this one more than $500?
I would assume so. I haven't looked at it.
But as it's incumbent on the property.
What's the
owner,
address?
Let me see if there's a,
After
let me see
say
if I have a
4-day
count
period
on
that
them.
we discussed yesterday, it's the postmark. And it's considered mail.
No, I don't.
Your
Okay.
notices,
So
when they
it's,
go out, postmark
28
considered mail.
sand dollars.
Yeah.
So
208.
28
Oh,
sand
28.
dollar.
so if the.
I think those are the condos, but I could.
Is
be
there a
wrong.
unit?
It's
B2.
considered mail.
B2,
Patton?
yes.
If you didn't receive it, it's not.
That one has a
Make it
market
a
value
problem.
of $291,050.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if you don't get your tax bill, you still have to.
Pay it.
Yeah.
We sent you
Huh,
a little over $500.
yeah, you're right.
It's over 500,000 or $500.
Okay. So it was sent out, it was sent to the right address.
He said he verified the address.
Yep. He verified the address.
So to me, if he verified the address, then
To deny.
that's how I look at it.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep. Two.
I make a motion that we deny, I guess, a hearing on this, case number, property ID number.
No, but it's 28 Sand Dollar Drive, Unit B2.
28 Sand Dollar Drive, Unit B2.
With the owners being Brett and Courtney Patton.
With the owners being Rhett,
Brett,
okay, and Courtney Patton.
yes,
Thank you.
and I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye. And we'll just need to make sure that we tell Kathy did grant a hearing, because we had agreed whenever that we would grant on none. So we need to let Kathy know that we did grant one for this. Kathy that sits here. Oh.
He's all, her name's Jennifer.
I was thinking Jennifer, that's right. I was thinking.
Okay.
Now, anything else?
No, I think we are done. I was gonna try to maybe print letters, those two letters really quickly for you to sign before you leave. Or I can.
You
just send them.
realize, of course, you are the only thing between me and just so
Then I
you,
won't.
just so you know.
We'll just
No
see on
pressure.
Tuesday. It's okay.
No pressure.
Well, and she needs to make, because that lady, Jennifer, who was so nice, said to make sure and let her know in our conversations with her, but I'm not sure Val was in here. She said, just let me know what I need to send y'all and I will. So we just need to make sure that, I know Val will.
Yeah,
But I'm
I was
just
gonna
saying.
say, Val's already communicated with her husband, Adrian, and sent the.
Oh, so
15-day
it's
waiver.
already done.
She's already on top of it.
Cool,
Yeah.
okay. Got it. Oh. Okay, everybody has to eat a piece of that cake before they leave, because I'm leaving it here.
There's donuts left too. No donuts.
Girl, that stuff is addictive.
You
Well,
what?
we're gonna take it over to Ramona's house.
No.
Do you, wait, strawberry cake and wine is good.
No, duck, but that cake is,
Just don't eat it when you're on your computer.
no, I don't eat it at my computer.
I spent 3 hours fixing a lady's computer one time that had white cat hair and red wine in the keyboard.
Oh my God.
Phoebe?
Well, after the day, I think I'll go home.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I make a motion that we adjourn our July 2nd appraisal review board hearings.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Hi.
Adjourn.
Have a good weekend.
Happy 4th of
I'll
July.
see you guys on the 7th. Happy 4th of July.
Thank you, Ramona.
Bye, Ramona.
You know, the
Bye.
I'll see, yes, she does. I'll see you tomorrow. What time am I, well, we'll talk.
Bye.
Bye,